Hey, hello guys. Hey, good morning. Good morning, peoples. I hope everyone's doing well and you're finding yourself in a good spot today. Check it out. I'm gonna start doing something a little bit more consistently in my streams. Um, so in my own personal life, I've spoken about my faith with with Jesus Christ, and so one of my daily habitual things to do is refer to my book of inspirations. And my sister actually gave it to me. It's called Sarah Young, Jesus Calling, Enjoying Peace in His Presence. And I read it every morning. I read a new inspiration for the day. And today, I think what I'm going to do and what I'm going to start trying to do is right before we play and get into Spider-Man, we're going to just go over my inspiration. So, my inspiration today is walk by faith, not by sight. As you take steps of faith, depending on me, I will show you how much I can do for you. If you live your life too safely, you will never know the thrill of seeing me work through you. When I gave you my spirit, I empowered you to live beyond your natural ability and strength. That's why it is so wrong to measure your energy level against the challenges ahead of you. The issue is not your strength, but mine, which is limitless. By walking close to me, you can accomplish my purposes and my strength. So, in regards to how that kind of makes sense in my life, I totally get that. Living safely, taking extra care is like the number one thing. The number one thing I do. I'm very guilty of living very safely. I mean, it's just what I've been doing since forever. Since I was a kid, I always was at home, my parents' house, where my parents were, both there. All right, and I was just always safe. All I know how to do is create a safe place for myself. And at one point, though, after I graduated from university, I failed to capture that same spirit and make any place where I was my safe space. And I failed to craft my own home. And I still don't have a home. I don't feel like I have a home. But with faith and doing things that would be out of my comfort zone, like streaming and talking, I hope that I can get to a better place in my life. And so it's an uphill battle, but that's where I find myself today. So, all right, guys, now that we've gone through that, we're just going to go ahead and get into Spider-Man. So, we're going to go ahead and do that. That should be good there. We're still talking, we're still here. Like I said, good morning, guys. Good morning. Um, let's go ahead and get right into this game. So last we left off, we were fighting crime overnight. So now we'll probably change it to daytime because it's nice and bright out. And yeah, I mean that's the idea. That's the goal today. We're gonna get it to daytime and we're gonna just go ahead and fight some more crime. I think we talked about how many NPCs I take out on the daily. It's like 43 per every, you know, 43 per every level minimum, right? Like in that range, 37 to 43. So,
Great, I'll just consider this an
you know,
advanced tip.
so you extrapolate, that's probably like 10,000, safely over 9,000 for sure. All right, let's go ahead and change the day, change the night today. Okay. So let's just assume that, Peter, I don't think Peter ever really finds a new place, does he? In the game. I think Peter still remains homeless, right? Even at the end of the game. I don't remember any apartment after the one he gets evicted from earlier in the story mode. But that's something that life, you just gotta kind of expect that. You just can't really expect anything good to come your way. But if you do have something good that's in your life, just really be grateful for that. Cherish it like no tomorrow. Cherish it, man, with all your heart. Like for me personally, I say my parents and the example they gave to me in my life is something I am gonna be eternally grateful for the rest of my life. You know. All right, all right, all right, all right. Look at that red rain. That red rain coming out. Come here, come here. Oh, oh, okay, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, guys. All right, I understand. You guys got jetpacks. You guys are super cool, obviously. But, you guys are causing a lot of chaos. So we're just gonna time everyone out here. That's it then, right? I think we're good. Look at that, Christ. Nope, we're not. There's someone still hiding. Look at that. Backup King. Boom. Alright. Alright, 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 alright. We got a kick. We kicked him, and then we just gonna take him out. And that's it. Alright, so alright guys. So that's that. Alright, we got another crime. Ready, guys? Let's look at that. I've never fought on the Braxton building before. That's pretty nice. Oh man. Come on now. What are you guys doing, huh? Crime don't pay. Okay? It don't pay for a good life. It pays maybe some of the bills, but you might have to like question whether those bills are a good thing in your life. You know? You gotta find the bills that are worthy of having. Oh, did we just... Oh, man. We just slammed everybody out. Look at that. Well, guys, I gotta tell you, I don't think we're ever gonna play Fallout 4. I think I demonstrated the proof of concept, and that's all I needed. That's all I needed to do. So if you guys want to see that, I definitely have that stuff available. You can watch it anytime you want. I'll never paywall stuff here. Okay, I'll never do it. I'll never paywall anyone's access. Okay, I'm a big believer in free access to knowledge. Come here. Okay, let's... Oh man, I wanted to do the flip move. Flip, Philadelphia. Alright, what's next? What's next? Let's pick a spot. So we just came from the Statue of Liberty. I guess we could go back and just see the Statue of Liberty in the morning. Let's do that real quick. Alright, we got another crime. Ready, ready, ready. And there we go. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Come on, guys. I'm here, I'm here. Everyone's going to jail. I'm here now. Everyone who's been holding on to these rocket launchers and these guns, I'm sorry guys. Everyone's gotta go. We're all gonna just take a time out here. Alright. It's the least I can do for the public. Alright, it's the least I can do. I'm just watching out for the people who can't swing around the air like they just don't care. Okay, someone's got to look out for the little guy. All right, are you guys ready? What? No way. Where's my fight? No. Oh man, it's like a bug or something. All right, I think I've encountered this before. All right, all right. Well, all right, guys. Climb never sleeps, so we just gotta keep going. We'll go to another spot. I think we have to activate another spot, fight there for a while, and then we'll come back to the Statue of Liberty later. All right. I hope everyone's having a good day today. You know, I definitely appreciate your viewership. You know, um, I was feeling a little bummed out today, or at least a little earlier today. I was just kind of thinking to myself, well, you know, my life, I've pretty much experienced tons of people disappearing, and you know, I never really got close to anyone, and so, you know, what's the takeaway from that, right? And I think all I can say is that, you know, having faith, having Jesus, and taking stock in the things that you do have pretty much provide me with the sufficient access to love and good living that I need to just kind of keep keep the show going, you know? Like it's not hard for me to make a real assessment of my life and say, actually everything's going pretty well and I have no real complaints about anything, you know? So it's actually a really awesome thing that, you know, everyone has their own in their life, and I've got a lot of good in my life, and so, you know, everything's actually doing really good in my life. Now, that's not to say that bad things won't happen, you know, like I pray every day for, you know, my family, and I text all my loved ones in the morning every day, you know. I send out a message every morning, you know, without fail. I really do my best to, you know, keep my heart at the forefront of my actions. So we out here, you know. You know, like of course, you know, it's not to say that, you know, I feel like my life is absolutely complete, but I feel that it's really in a good spot for what it could have been or what it could be. I feel like the things I don't have right now are something that, you know, maybe over time happen for me, but I just have to be in a good place, in a good mental state, with good energy, that I exude the right aura, that I'm not off-putting, that I can be confident and, you know, friendly and put myself out there. And, you know, everything else can fall into place, but it requires a lot of work. So that's where we're at right now. We're just putting in the work, you know? So um where we at? Here. Slam. Space Jam. Bam. Alright. I think we're good now. Let's go ahead and get back over to our spot here. I see it though. Look, I see another crime. Oh, how fortunate. Our crime is right next. Oh no! Oh no, it's a setup. It's a trap. We're gonna get sniped if we're not careful. Look, 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 look. Okay, let's just take him out. Let's just take him out real easy. Okay? Okay, let's not damage any of these solar panels if that can be helped. Oh man. Oh, oh, oh. Oh no. Okay, wait, wait, wait. Here we go. And oh man, we're getting sniped from this spot right here. Look at that. They're all over this place. Huh. Got him. Boom, boom. Bam. Bam. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, wait. Alright, ready, 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 ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, let's grab a. Oh, okay, let's just not do that. Hey, whoa. Hey, enough with the guns, man. Enough with the guns. Enough with the guns. Whoa. Okay, so now let's go ahead and clear out the rest. Alright guys, I was distracted for a sec. But Prime, let's take care of all these people and then we'll move along, okay? Nice. Okay, that's it. That's all we needed to do. So let's purge some bad people from a warehouse. Okay. Alright, so we're just gonna slowly make our way through here. We got a lot of stealth available opportunities here. So, ready? All we gotta do is just take care to just do it right. You know? Keep it tight, just do it right. That's it. We got another spot right here. Let's take care of that. Look at that. We just putting them all up. See that? Okay, ready? Alright, boom, boom. And a kick. And oh, okay, we slam him. Okay, wait, 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 wait. Hey, hey, are you alright? Okay, good, good, good. Now he's down. He's in timeout. Whoa, okay, okay. Someone's got a little bit of a confidence with their gun usage, and I'm like, okay, I'll come see what that's about. Oh, and now they're gone. All right, well, I hope it was worth it. You're shooting at a guy who's only got a shield. I hope you feel better about yourself. All right, okay, guys. How about we just call it a 5-minute? We'll just discuss how to disarm everyone here, and no one else has to get beat up. No, no, no. Okay, okay, we have 2 guys here. Whoa, 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 whoa! No, no. You were trying to punch me right there. You can't lie. I literally saw you doing that. Come on, guys. The offer still stands. Come on. Hello? Oh, okay, okay. Whoa. Here, 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 here. Have some gifts on me. Here, look, guys. Don't you guys want to work in an office? It's better. It's better than getting beat up by Spider-Man, right? Come on. There you go. Much better. Come on. Look at that. You can be in some real nice, easy, comfortable chair. You know, you can sneak some computer games on the side. Come on now. Okay. Well, look at this nice water cooler here. I used to love using the water cooler. I'd go and I don't know about you, but my experience at the water cooler was strictly about water. I know in movies they like to make pretend that people hang out around the water cooler and talk, but I've never seen that happen in real life. I think that's a lie. People go to the water cooler to drink water. They don't go to talk. Come on now, that's preposterous. Oh, saw that guy almost hit me with that missile. Whoa, guy, look. Alright, thanks. Thanks for giving me a second there. That was really nice of you. Bots. Oh, dude. I remember those trolley bots I used to get over here. I still get them. If anyone talks about the Dodge bot, the Doge hype thing, they're gonna get banned. I banned that word. Don't use Doge hype. Don't use Doge hype, guys. It's a scam. Doge hype is a scam. They want you to pay to put out a Twitch stream. And I'm like, why? Why? I can do that for free. All it costs is internet, money, and, you know, time. But I was gonna use all that stuff anyway. Why not? Okay, wait. Here we go. Okay, ready? Yeah, that was pretty stellar. Alright. Okay. So, we're just gonna scope this guy out. Nice. Okay. He's very focused, very determined. That's good. Let's go ahead and take him out though. Alright. You can look, you still can have a good vantage of everything. I just can't have you shooting at me, okay? Oh, we got someone down here. Okay, we're gonna sneak up. Oh no! They're having a panic attack. Oh no, look guy, just have a quick nap, okay? It's gonna be okay. You could tell he was just shaking. He was having these uncontrollable shakes while I was behind him. Hello? Oh look, this guy too. No worries. Look, you're not gonna get hurt, okay? Just take a nap. Wake up, reassess your life. Maybe, you know, leave this whole criminal enterprise. You know, maybe just find a heart to not want to hurt people in exchange for some payment, you know? And you're gonna do very well. I know it. If you just have that change of heart, you say, you know what? The money's not everything. I'd rather make simpler sums of money. You know, if things had worked out differently, I would have continued my illustrious cashiering career. You know, I can definitely handle a register, you know what I mean? Like that's one of the easiest gigs ever. Okay, ready? You take that out. Okay, wait. Okay, we got this guy. Knock. Who's there? Spider-Man. Spider Bomb. Spider Boom. Sorry guys, I didn't give you enough time. I'm on a deadline here, guys. We got a whole borough to protect, so time is of the essence. Whoa, guy. That's no bueno. Alright. Come on now. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come here, come here. I'm gonna just put you in a timeout. And away we go. Oh, snap. That was close, guys. That was close. But we caught it. We threw it back. Okay. No fear, guys. Spider-Man is here. All right. Come here. I'm calling all enemies of peace. People who would steal a lollipop from a baby. All you guys. That's you. That's your team. Okay. You guys wearing these masks, holding these guns, terrorizing the populace at large.
Bring me a souvenir.
Okay, that era is over. Okay, that's over. That is in the past. Now people gotta start. Guys, don't you want to like own a hot dog cart and just sell hot dogs on the road, on the street? Come on, guys. You could sell limbes. That's like ices. I used to love those growing up. When I lived in New York City, there used to be these things called limbe, and it's like flavored ice. And I loved it, man. Like you could have cherry or coconut. You could have, well, I usually just got cherry or coconut. That was really all I would, because I didn't like the blueberry or pineapple. Nah, dude. I didn't really eat pineapples. As a kid, it was just coconut limbe. Oh, and there's this thing called capurias. I loved capurias. And then jojolin. That, oh man, I miss that. But you know what I really miss as a kid? A good New York sandwich. I love sandwiches. I used to get the nice classic ham and cheese. Uh, good times, good times. You know? I remember my I remember just having my, either my mom or my dad. I remember one time my mom got me a sandwich and I would just like, sit there and eat it in front of her and she would just like, sit with me and we would just hang out. It was really good. Okay, now I'm not to say anything guys, but I'm in the process of trying to reduce my consumption of meat and meat products. I know, that's it. That's gonna be a hot take. Now that's it. I know. Now you're thinking, oh, he's one of those. But to be quite honest, I feel like this decision was also a process of me kind of coming to a better realization about like life in general. And so, it started when, my sister kind of convinced me about, like she showed me this documentary about what happens in like factory farms with cows and the whole process behind cow's milk. And so that's when I decided to permanently start drinking like almond milk or like, like basically like any sort of like non-dairy based milk. And I mean, I don't regret that decision to stop drinking dairy milk. And I feel like over time I've also been encouraged by the good examples of other people to reduce my intake of meat products. Um, and I feel like honestly, it's been a better a better move for me because compassion for animals is really what, should like motivate me to make that decision. You know what I mean? And also, I mean, the way like animals are raised and grown now, it's just, I don't know how safe that's going to be in the long term. You hear a lot about how people get like high cholesterol and stuff because of their consumption of a lot of meat products. So I just think like holistically, it's just a better move. So now, okay, I know what you're saying. Oh, Ben, oops, salsa. What money? What money are you doing that? I'm like, you're right, you're right. I don't actually pay for my own meals right now. I have my dad who's basically paying for my food. Every meal is a gift. So I'm very grateful. Um, super grateful, okay? So like it is what it is. All I can say though is that if I had the ability to, afford my own meals, I would do so. And I would make the choice to not consume animal products. You know what I mean? So that's just, food for thought. If you ever, wondered, I wonder what this guy eats for sustenance. Well, I told you, it's a lot of water, a lot of almond milk. Um, Oh yeah, cereal. I'll eat cereal. Cheese is still good. I like cheese. I stopped. I eat this thing called Cheese Whiz. I don't quite know what it is, but it's like a yellow cheese. It's like Cheese Whiz. I grew up eating it in this thing called canepas, which I love canepas. You can't go wrong with canepas, but canepas is basically like, imagine like a disc, like a dough disc, and then you put a filling in it, and then you cook it, you fry it or you cook it, whatever. And so canepas, bro, that used to be the best, you know. So I know how to make canepas. Now look, I know what you're saying. Oh, salsa, I bet you haven't cooked since you moved out on your own. And you would be very correct, actually. I haven't cooked a single meal for myself since I got, this apartment. So, yeah, good call. You're very intuitive. You know exactly what makes me tick here. But yeah, it is what it is. Um, I I think the silver lining to not having to cook anything except being a microwave chef is that I don't have to worry about messes, even though I really don't mind cleaning. Like I clean my dishes. I know this sounds kind of like a weird problem, but I really try to not have dishes pile up in the sink. I'll leave a dish for like 10 minutes in the sink while I go brush my teeth after dinner or after breakfast, and then I clean the dishes. So my sink is always clean, and no matter where I've lived, I've always kind of followed that rule because I just feel like the less mess around me, the better I feel, because my home is pretty much where I spend most of my life. So, you know, you know what I mean? I I spend most of my life at home, so why not keep it as pristine as possible, you know? Oh, come on now, guys. Let's all just line up, sing a little kumbaya, and really get into why you guys have decided to choose a life of crime. Look. I know I'm talking from a privileged position because I got to grow up with both my parents. But look, let's talk about it. Who here doesn't have
Supposedly an
or
important
hasn't had
Chinatown
a
shop.
good experience in their life where they were able to
Drugs?
connect with both of their parents? Who here, raise your hand, okay? Or you know what, I'll come to you and okay, I'll ask you. Who here feels like they've missed out on something very important and crucial to the positive development of their life? You, sir, you missed, you never knew your dad. I'm really sorry. You know what? Let's talk about that. Okay, now I'm gonna just say straight off the bat, I don't know what it's like to not have a dad because I grew up with my mom and my dad my whole life. They're pretty much the only people I talk to daily. So I'm just gonna go off of what I can provide in terms of helping you feel like there is still a silver lining for you. Okay, look. So you never grew up with your dad, and so now you're wearing a mask and you're in a gang called the Demons. All right, let's go from there. Why do you feel having a dad is so important? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what you feel you're missing. Like I know for me, having a dad who drove me to school every day and who protected me and watched out for me was a very vital thing for me to appreciate what it means to be a person who protects, right? A person who stands up for the things that they care for. You guys, I understand if you don't have a dad, you're missing that. You're missing that example, okay? And all I can say is that that doesn't mean that it can stop you from providing a good example for others. Just because you haven't learned what it means to be someone who has learned a good example from a guy willing to do all the work to be a good dad, doesn't mean that you can't stop yourself from allowing yourself and your heart to bloom and to give it your best attempt at providing that kind of example for someone else. Now I know what you're saying. Well, Salsa, that's easy for you to say. You don't even date. And I'm like, okay, fine, yes. I am lucky that I haven't had to put myself out there or feel compelled to provide that example because I've already witnessed that example. But that doesn't mean everyone out there has to not date. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of people who go out there, they make money legitimately, and you know, maybe they have some time to date, and they're willing to take a risk. I mean, me personally, I can't. I don't feel very good trying to do that where I'm trying to juggle a job and a romantic relationship because I mean, I had, you know, learned that a relationship only really stays viable if you're willing to spend time with a person,
For
not if
Chinatown
you're
shop.
willing to spend money on a person. You know what I mean?
Drugs?
So, my fingers are crossed for one of those 3 or 4 day a week jobs. And then I can just go and just see my partner, you know, and just hang out. And they're like my best friend, I guess. I know that sounds lame, but, you know. But, back to the you missing your you know not having a grown up with a dad, so now you joined a gang. Okay, fine. You know what? We all make mistakes. There's still time. There's still time to go and live a good, wholesome life. Even if you live it pretty much alone, okay? You don't have family to turn to, you don't have relationships to turn to. Fine. That doesn't mean that you can't take a good example from Jesus. And I know what you're saying. It's easy for you, Salsa. You've had a good life growing up, and you're still doing your best, and you're getting a good mentality going, and You're working on your energies and you're exploring your faith and spirituality. So obviously it's easy for you to take that plunge of faith, even if you even if you haven't seen like all the terrible tragedies that life might throw at you yet. And I get that, bro. I get that. But that's exactly the kind of tests that Jesus would put us through so that we could manage to take a hold of the gift of life that we've been given and that we have a chance at redemption, you know? You know what I mean? Just because, yeah, like you don't have loving relationships in your life, so you joined a gang, and let's say you're in the gang and you can't even trust any of your gang members because it's not like you guys have a brotherhood. You guys are hurting each other's people. I mean, I saw this movie one time. There was this like gang in South America, and I remember like everyone was okay. It was all like a group of guys and stuff. Everyone was doing good, and then there was one guy in the gang who he was good. Like everyone in the gang liked him, right? Even like the one of the head boss gang members, right? And then that guy, he liked the girl, right? And so he kind of had a girlfriend or whatever, and he was still in the gang. And then he was hanging out with his girlfriend, like at a like graveyard or whatever, cemetery. And then the gang boss comes up and tells the gang he sees that this guy's hanging out with his girlfriend, and then he ends up like sending him away to a job or whatever to do something, and then the gang member ends up assaulting the dude's girlfriend, and they were supposed to be part of the same gang. So I understand that maybe you're working here as, part of the demon gang, and you can't even trust any of the people you're working with to not assault someone you actually appreciate and enjoy in your life. I totally get that. And I say, look, if that's how you feel, get out. Get out while you can before it's too late, before, your relationships get destroyed because of these gangs. You just can't trust don't trust nobody. Don't even trust your gang members. I don't know how people can find the courage to join a gang where they see all these people doing terrible stuff and still expecting to have like a relationship where like it's like they're like actually trying to like promote positive feelings and love for someone. It's like you can't have love for someone and also be part of a gang that's all about terrorizing and hurting people. That juxtaposition of these contrasting factors are going to lead you to a worse place. Even if the money's good, even if all you have to do is wait around abandoned warehouses and wait for Spider-Man to show up, I'm telling you guys, it's at least for me, it just doesn't seem worth it. But again, I get it. I've seen what it's like to have loving relationships in my life. So I understand that it's easy for me to pick love over money, over duty, over anything else. And you may find yourself in a tough spot. And you may have to actually make that choice to transform yourself. And all I can say is that I pray for your right decision. I pray that you find the right peace in your life so that you can escape from all the things holding you back. So that you do have the inspiration, despite having no good example of what it means to have loving parents in your life, that you have the inspiration to go forth and learn and work and strive to become a good example for someone else, like that's really what it's all about. Nothing comes easy without work, you know Nothing comes easy without working at something consistently and all the time and being dedicated to it. So all I can say is that I'm praying that I could maybe one day provide a good example for other people, you know, because I know, at least for me, I've had my parents growing up, but I've never actually taken the plunge to be someone who can create my own safety and own safe space, you know? And I feel like that's the next challenge for me is working on myself, my attitude, my energy, working on my mindset so that I could be ready
Here, that
to
location
provide
contains
a
a huge
good
order of souvenirs and
space for
shiny
someone
tactiles.
else to join me, you know? Like whether that's friends, whether that's a pet, that I would hopefully one day feel comfortable enough to let people into my life, you know? So it's, I mean, I totally get where you're coming from. I think we both have the same problem. The only difference is that I have a lot of inspiration that fuels me to do the right thing, where maybe you don't have as many inspirations, guys. Okay? But that doesn't mean that we're both not striving for the same outcome. And look, I'm on this journey and I'm telling you, I'm admitting to you, okay, all you Demon Warehouse gang members, I'm admitting to you that I'm on the same path as you. That we're both going for the same thing here. Okay? We both are fighting for the same thing. A good life. Okay? That's that's the truth, man. So I'm hoping that we can both make it, you know? We can both make it. Like, all right, you don't have your parents, but you know what? Look, you know what you do have? You have connections. I wouldn't even know how to get started, like joining the gang, you know? Like you must have some charisma because or you were in you know, the right place at the right time and you were able to network. Okay? That's an advantage, guys, that I don't have. I don't network. So I'm telling you the truth here. You have something I don't have. By default, you're already in a gang. I've never been in a gang. I've never been in a gang. I've never been in a club. Not a club that, you know, like I've been in school clubs. I was in health club and I was in Kiwanis club and
Don't forget to bring me
you
a
know,
souvenir.
those were good times. It was school related stuff, but still. But at least you guys are doing stuff not related to school. You networked in to get here. So you could find yourself almost anywhere, you know? Like you've already done a lot of the footwork. All you gotta do is find the courage to step back from your crime, step back from the hopelessness and the despondency that you're feeling, and make the right choice. Say, you know what? I can network. I don't have a good example. My parents weren't there for me. That's why I'm joining this gang. But you know what? I'm gonna set out to live a good example, not just so that I can feel something, but you know what? So that I can be the positive change that I wish someone would have done for me, you know? You know what I mean? So that's the idea, guys, you know? Be the positive change you want to see. In my valedictorian speech, right? I quoted Obama's quote when he said that. You know, in my speech, in my valedictorian speech, I actually quoted Martin Luther King Jr. and President Obama in my valedictorian speech, right? And that's because that stuff resonates true today in the same way it resonated when I graduated back 13 years ago. You know, that stuff doesn't change. So the idea is that you may not have good examples, but you have networking skills. You're in a gang, so you can network. All you need now is just that inspiration. You need to find that in yourself, bring the good out of yourself and say, I'm not happy in this gang, okay? I want to move. I want to make a change. And you can do it. You got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in yourself. You got to say, you know what? I'm going to work on being good company so I could have friends who also have worked on being good company so I could maybe develop relationships, so I can maybe have romantic relationships in my life, and ultimately so that I can be a beacon and provide a good example for the next generation, for all the people out there who are really just waiting to see if there's a good example to follow, or if they're going to be the next gen who follow the footsteps of the hopeless and become the next set of demon gang members, you know? But it takes a lot of work. It takes not taking the easy route, you know? It takes courage. It takes power. It truly takes power to say, you know what? I'm not going to work as a demon gang member and get money and spend that on alcohol and drugs and all the bad stuff. Nah. Say, you know what? I'm going to save up. I'm going to find me an apartment. I'm going to learn how to live well. I'm going to pray every day that I make the right choices, that I have the right energies. Okay? That's what's the important thing. That's how you live a positive life. Because if you are positive and you put out positive energy in your life, then the reflection of your life will become positive. I promise you, I'm telling you. I remember I was driving and I think I was on my way to no, I think I was actually taking like a road trip with my dad, right? And I saw this sign and it says, your life is a reflection of you. And I truly believe that's real. It's a true and real thing. Your life is a reflection of your decisions. How you feel is what the world will reflect back to you. It's the truth, man. I've been witness to that, but I didn't see that sign, and I wish I had seen that sign sooner in my life. But you know what? Better late than never. But I learned that intrinsically, the world is a product of the inputs that you serve it. Life is a function, okay? Life is a function, and the product is a result of your inputs. It's a reflection. It's a concrete reflection. If you're living a positive life, albeit maybe you're not in a fraternal order of demon gang members, maybe you're not, you know, like out there and about, maybe no one's validated you, but I don't think validation is truly an important thing. Validation's not an important thing. It's just not. You know? It's just not. I didn't work hard in school, in high school and college to get validated by anyone so that people would think I was smart. I just ended up doing what I needed to do because, you know, I was fortunate enough to have good parents that gave me an opportunity to just live and work. So I just did that. You know what I mean? So, you know, the onus is on you to make the right decision. There were plenty of people in, you know, I mean, in school that didn't really care, you know? Now, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, but the classes that I was taking, only people who were serious about doing school were actually taking those classes. You know what I mean? So people who weren't taking their life seriously, well, guess what? The class schedules that they have were reflected of that. They reflected a nonchalant, lackadaisical, and hopeless attitude. So then those people, I never got to meet those people because their world, their life, their worldview was a reflection of what they were experiencing and what they were deciding to do. So my world and their world never came into contact until I made that speech as a valedictorian. I mean, it's not like I met all 300 students and I could name all 300 students in my class. I couldn't, in my graduating class, I couldn't. I could only name maybe 50 people that I kind of saw regularly that were all in the same advanced placement classes, honors classes, dual enrollment classes, like the college classes that I was taking while I was in high school. You know what I mean? So you have to make that choice. I'm spelling it out for you right now. I'm giving you the secret, guys. I'm telling you the secret. Your life literally will manifest itself depending on what inputs you feed it. I'm telling you, if you discourage the formulation of bad energies in your life, those bad energies go away. There's no choice. The bad energies have no choice because you're not feeding it anymore. You're not feeding the energies that cause your life to feel hopeless, to feel as if like there's nothing to look forward to. I'm telling you. I'm spelling it out. This is personal experience, wisdom that I've been lucky to get and figure out before I turned like 60 years old, man. I'm glad I found out now. I wish I found out in my 20s, you know? But in my 20s, I was too busy just hopping from job to job, working in emergency rooms, emergency departments, working in emergency notification companies, going to school, attempting to get a second accreditation in a science, in a hard science, X-ray, medical laboratory, all these things, you know. But what made those things impossible for me to accomplish was because my mindset wasn't in the right spot. That's why I couldn't complete those things. That's why I didn't have the heart. I didn't have the heart to find that silver lining that was gonna carry me. You know? That's that's what I was missing. And so it's like if you can find your peace where you are now, you will have that peace secured for the rest of your life. You know? So that's that's a big deal. And so, I just hope maybe I can help someone kind of come to a better understanding of how to navigate their life so that they can ultimately feel more satisfied and more at peace in their life. That's the truth, man. That's the truth. And I mean, look, it's come through a lot of pain and labor, Okay, I remember as a kid, I remember literally just not having anyone. My family was there, they were at home, but I was just in my room and I was just pacing around back and forth, just pacing. I'm not lying, literally, because this was right before computers were like a thing, and I didn't grow up with a computer like that. And it's just, it would be after class, and I wouldn't hang out with anyone, so I would just be in my room pacing, you know, and just that was it. You know what I mean? And I feel like coming from that, it's just one of those things where we each have our own experience, you know. And to be quite honest, I mean, I can't even complain. As a kid, I can't complain that I was just walking back and forth in my room by myself for hours, because guess what? I was safe, I was secure, I had my family, they were all there in the house, I felt fine. You know, I know some people can't handle that, but I promise you, it's not that bad. Just staying peacefully, staying just isolated, and just pacing by yourself. As a kid, you know, that's I did that. I did that a lot, you know? But honestly, like I think it made me more resilient because it made me able to appreciate the quiet, the calm, the consistent. I promise you guys, it's not that bad. And if you have fear because you're like, well, look, I can't trust any of these gang members. I can't work with any of these guys. These guys aren't really my brothers. They're all just criminals, and they would sell my own mama. If I introduced them to my mama,
Drugs?
they would sell my mama down the river. You know, they would send my mama down the river. They'd hurt my mama. I couldn't trust any of these people I worked with. If that's how you feel, and honestly, it's not like you're dumb for feeling that way. Okay? It's not like you're dumb. So all I can say is that, you know, work on fixing your attitude by being brave for yourself, saying, you know what, I will take a moment, I will go ahead and contemplate my life. I'm just gonna stay still. I'm not gonna have this, you know, feeling of wanting to be outside and socializing. I'm gonna just stay put and I'm just gonna think. I'm just gonna be calm and focus on being okay, being calm. You know? Like in a way, it's kind of like prison, right? If like you were put in one of those isolated pods or whatever, where like you basically spend 23 hours in isolation and then you get 1 hour outdoors, you know, in the yard by yourself. If you could live that way and come out of it more appreciative, okay, for having the opportunity to have volition and choose to make the right choice and choose peace and love first after experiencing something like that, bro, you have the world in your hands. I promise you, you have the world in your hands. Because nothing will stop you at that point. Nothing will stop you, you know? Promise, nothing will stop you. Because now you no longer rely on anyone's input, okay? And you just do what you need to do. And remember, the more love and positivity you put out there, the more you're going to witness that in your own life. It's the truth, man. It's the truth. It's totally the truth. Real words, guys. Real words of wisdom here from someone who's lived that. Okay? Because I'm telling you, like, from my point of view, picking a demon gang is way easier than than going through what I've gone through. Because you at least see people, you socialize, even though you can't trust them with your life. Okay? You at least are finding some comfort. You know, maybe you're using your money to buy, you know, alcohol and find comfort there. But me personally, I found that through Jesus Christ, find like using alcohol, using drugs, those things are not necessarily like, you know, like forbidden. It's not like that's a commandment. But the idea is that if you need alcohol, if you need cigarettes, if you need drugs to find comfort in your life, then what you're saying is that you're not grateful for your life. You're not appreciative for the good things in your life,
Drugs?
that you're squandering a good thing, which is life. You're squandering that opportunity. You know? You're squandering that. Like you're basically diminishing your own power. You're hurting yourself when you do that. And so God says, those who feel like they need that comfort and feel poor in their lives, you know, God welcomes them to basically like find comfort, but he says ultimately that's not what you want to do anyway because that's not going to help you. Having a minor comfort is not the same as finding a permanent peace in Jesus. And that's exactly why I say I'm not really much of a fan. I'm not much of a fan of like drugs and stuff. I'm just not much of a fan. I don't think, at least for me, to be happy in my life, I need to have that comfort available to me. I used to believe that, having like being able to like drink alcohol when I turned 21 is so like so cool and all this, but I came to understand that really drinking, especially like,
Don't forget to bring me a souvenir.
alcohol and stuff and trying to change your, like your sobriety to maybe think you're feeling better. It's like putting a band-aid over a gaping wound. It's not gonna help you. Unless you can be happy sober, you're not gonna be able to find true comfort and peace through the use of mind-altering substances. You're living in a way where you're disadvantaging yourself, and the answers that you think you're gonna find through all of those actions, you're not gonna actually find peace, guys. I'm telling you, okay? You're not gonna find peace. But that's just my take on that, and I hope it's not like one of those hot takes, because I know there's there's this idea that everyone who streams is out of what is it called? It's out of touch with real life. But right now, as I stream, I tell you, I'm pretty much in touch with the idea of what it means to be a cashier because that was the last job I held down, and I was a cashier just a few months ago. So it's not like it's gonna do anything for me to not have that. And in fact, I feel like,
Drugs?
man, I was so willing to just keep doing that. But I'm telling you, it was so messed up how they did me, bro. Like I've been working at this one retail spot on and off since I was a teenager, since I could first work, right? And I thought that, after college and stuff, I would find a more professional job, but it just didn't work out that way, right? But you know what? I was able to come back to the job and everything was good, right? And I was really actually happy because I just found, my answer in Jesus Christ, and so that drove me to go ahead and leave my brother's house, which was formerly my parents' house, my childhood home, and take the money I'd been saving in Tallahassee. Oops, I mean, taking the money I had been saving, basically not spending a dime of it except on. At one point, I didn't even have a car, so I would be walking because I don't really take the bus. I would be walking 45 minutes to my job and back. And in Tallahassee, there's a lot of hills. There's a lot of variation in hills and stuff, so I'd be walking uphill to my job, 45 minutes away, okay? And you know what? It's fine because I saved every penny that I humanly could. The only thing I paid for was rent and food, right? That was it. And for food, I was stacking up on ramen noodles, man. That's the life, right? You just get ramen noodles, you get a can of vegetables, right? Great value.
Don't forget to bring
Bro,
me a
you get
souvenir.
a whole bunch of veggies and you just dunk all them veggies in your ramen, and that's it. And then if I had sazon, I would put sazon in it. which is really good. Sazon is like this Spanish food spice. It's a good thing. It's very delicious. But anyways, I saved every penny. God kind of gave me a sign. I personally witnessed something that finally changed my mind and my attitude. And so I took it upon myself to work at what I needed to do to get myself into a good, stable, regular life, right? So I found the apartment. I was already in talks with transferring from I transferred from the job, the retail cashiering job in Tallahassee to back to where I was temporarily staying with my brother. And I transferred, everything transferred well. The manager from the spot in Tallahassee, let's call it mm, what do I want to call it? Let's just call it the Wall Store, right? So I transferred from Wall Store from Tallahassee back to Central Florida. My manager from the Wall Store, they had to basically advise the manager from the Wall Store in Central Florida, and they knew I was a good worker. I always did what I needed to do to take care of it, so they let me get back on, right? But unfortunately, at the Wall Store in Central Florida, there's like 5 or 6 shift leads, so they didn't really need a cashier. So I wasn't able to get a ton of hours. So I would just jump around all these different stores and just fill in for the cashiering roles, right? So I was working everywhere. I was working at the Wall Store right by the beach, on the inland, everywhere, right? Easy, right? So I was also working on getting
That
out
location's
of
supposed to
my
be
brother's
central.
house and just living on my own. So that ended up working out. I found a spot. My mom helped me because she has Facebook. So she helped. She found the listing. So I ended up talking to the guy. I met up with the landlord. We talked. I sent him a picture of my information so that he could, if he wanted to run a check on me, he could. I have no fear about that. So he ran a background check. He told me everything came back clean, and I'm like, well, yeah, I know everything's clean because I mean I've never even, and I'm telling you, not to brag, guys, because obviously it takes a lot of self-control and self-restraint, but I've never received a ticket. I've never received a ticket ever. I've never been fined, never received a ticket in my whole life. And I'm 30 years old, right? I've been driving. I've been driving regularly, you know? And so I'm just a very, very fortunate person that I have a lot of self-restraint, right? So from there, background check was run.
Don't forget to bring
I
me a
I
souvenir.
got into my apartment, bam. All right. And so I was already in talks with transferring to the Wall Store right down the street from my apartment, right? Would have been a 5-minute drive, easy. Well, what happened? Well, someone involved me in an accident. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I could phrase it. I was driving in a straight line, okay? I was driving my car in my lane, staying in my lane, and another motorist decided to veer hard left into my vehicle, and they pushed my vehicle 3 lanes over and almost forced me and my car to go into oncoming traffic. I was so close to being pushed over into the other lane. Now look, no hard feelings, right? But that really put a dent in my ability and my security in being able to just continue working at the other spot. But I wasn't even worried about that, I was like, okay, it's all good. I was already in talks with like, okay, I'll just get another car, right? Well, I was talking to the guy,
Supposedly in a
the
place
manager
where
at the new Wall
civilians use
Street.
Chinatown shops.
wall stores.
Drugs?
Bro, when I tell you, okay, when I tell you that I don't know how, but sometimes I just get a good sense of people. Even though I don't talk to people regularly, I don't interact with too many people. When I tell you I can get a sense of things. I got a sense of things. Like, and the thing is that I was talking to this guy, we were discussing stuff. He had this thing where instead of like, giving me a heads up of when he wanted me to come in, he would call me and tell me I had to be there in 20 minutes. He expected me just out of nowhere. I had no expectation because he didn't bother to like give me a heads up, tell me, look, schedule is made. I put you on for this and this day. Here's your first day. No, 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 no. What he did was he called me out of the blue and said, look, be here in 20 minutes. I'm like, well, I couldn't, right? I wasn't able to. I was like, look, if I have to make a choice between being available and making money, I'm going to be available for my family. So, they had the unfortunate thing of when they were calling me, I was actually hanging out with family. So I was like, well, I can't. Now, if you told me in advance a day that I was to come in, I would have come in. But for some reason, this guy didn't want to do that. And then he was like, okay. We kept talking. We were like, okay, look, I'm willing to work, man. And what he did instead was he just asked me what my availability was, and I told him, I'll work any days. Like, I don't have any specific days, but all I would want is 2 days off together. Almost to like feel like I have a weekend. Even if that weekend is like a Monday, Tuesday, and I'm actually working the weekends, that's fine. I don't do anything on the weekends anyway, but I just want to have a semblance of like not having to be pulled into a set of no stability, right? So that I could at least have stability so I could see my parents on my, simulated weekends. But nope. When I told him straight up what I was hoping for, he said, nah. He said it in like this weird way. I don't know how to describe it, but he said it in this weird way where he's like, nah, I'm gonna need more availability than that. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? What, like, these jobs don't even want to pay people for 40 hours of work because, healthcare, the company would then have to provide like healthcare things if they work like 40 hours and stuff. So from my experience, most companies don't even want people to be working full time. They want them to work like 30 hours so that way they are under the 40-hour criteria. You know what I mean? Which is fine. Look, I get it. Corporations, they aren't my family. They don't really care about me. They just want me to work and bring their shareholders some money. Fine. I don't take any offense to that. My mom and my dad implore me, take a job, just do it. And I'm like, fine, I will. But when that guy said that, I was like, I don't know what to say to that. I've never had anyone say that they needed me to be available 24/7 for a cashiering job. Like, to be a cashier, guys. And I mean, here are the job duties for a cashier. Okay? In the evening, take out the outside trash. Okay? Take out the outside trash. Now, in my experience, when I would take out the trash cans would be full of rats. Live rats, families of rats, baby rats, big rats. Any type of rat you think, that's the kind of rat I gotta be careful and guard against when I'm grabbing this trash, right? But guys, it's, the job's a job. I can do that. It's not a big deal. I just basically have to carefully take out the trash lid, open the lock of the trash can, and then pull the actual can out, and then slowly remove the bag, tie the bag off, okay? And then replace the bag. And as long as I do that in a calm, collected manner, and just careful. I don't get bit by rats, okay? It's not a big deal. The rats, they just run out, they scurry, but they won't bother you if you just take your time. You're not like, you know, rummaging really fast and shaking the trash can and stuff. You just do it real calm, and the rats, they don't jump out like that, right? That's fine. So taking out the trash, sweeping the floors, guys. You just take a big spot mop broom, and you just run. Well, not run, but you just basically just sweep the whole store. You collect all the trash, all the dirt, easy. What else? Run in the register. Basically, when a customer comes in the store, you basically just help them with any issues. If they're looking for something, you tell them where it is. You ring them up, you know, and that's it. And then you wish them a good day, and that's it. And they're on their way. That's easy. I'm very profoundly grateful
Bring me a
that I have a very high affinity for just remaining professional. Like absolutely super professional. I remember one time there was this I was ringing out this customer, and it was like a woman, like, you know, and then there was this guy, and he wasn't in line, but he was kind of like standing around. And then after I rung out the woman, the guy he looked at me, he's like, "Why didn't you like hit on her? Why didn't you like say anything to her?" And I looked at him, and because profoundly, I'm not one of those people. Like, I'm not gonna hit on people, especially as a cashier, because I mean, like, come on, like, my job is not something that pays very well, and I know I couldn't really provide a woman with like a very like safe and good lifestyle, you know? As a cashier, I just can't. So I never really thought about it, but the guy was like, yeah, if I was working here, and then I'm thinking, man, like you're kind of that's not cool because if you're a cashier and you're hitting on all of your women customers, you're basically like, like you don't know how that woman's gonna take it, if they're gonna like actually like feel like, like they're being complimented, like like basically it just comes off kind of weird, especially when they're only there because you're supposed to serve them. You're not supposed to like hit on them. You know what I mean? So when the guy told me, and I have a lot of experience where
Chinatown
for some
West.
reason guys try, like other men who witness me try to make me feel bad about things, or like me not doing things, and I'm like, I never regret not hitting on women. I never regret that. I'll never regret that because, like I said, it's so much easier just remaining professional and just having a positive attitude and not actually hitting on women when all they're trying to do is buy, whatever they're needing to buy. You know what I mean? So, like, and I feel like it's one of those things where it's literally that, and I was thinking, I was like, that's probably why you're not working as a cashier, brother, because you don't have the right mentality to serve and to be in service. You would literally be working as a cashier and trying to serve yourself, and that would probably make it that no one wants to shop there, because you're literally not trying to serve people and just like be a cashier. You're trying to hit on every woman that walks through the door, and you're probably, trying to have a smug attitude to all the men who are trying to shop, because it's just one of those things, So that's not what I try to do. I try to just treat everyone the same and just get them out the door. You know what I mean? So, anyways, that's kind of my philosophy when it comes to work. And like I said, that
Don't forget
that
your
might be
keys.
tough for some people, but and it might be a little bit isolating. But honestly, I'm very, very glad that I haven't ever disrespected a customer like that. And I've always remained professional. And so, anyways, with that being said, when this manager guy was like really kind of smug, and then not only that, but I heard from talking to other stores and calling about stuff, I was told that that manager in particular um, has a bad reputation for how they treat their employees. So apparently there's a lot of openings because a lot of people tend to quit from that store. That's what I heard. So in a way, I was like, because I really had never experienced that kind of like conversation before where, I mean, they were adamant about not allowing me to have any consistency in my schedule whatsoever, and it was just a cashiering job, you know? It's not like a job where I'm supposed to be on call at the hospital. Because I've had jobs where I was working in the hospital, and, you know, it was more of a thing where you basically, like, I remember when I was an intake specialist and I worked in the emergency department, every time there would be an ambulance bringing someone in and they came to my pod, I was responsible for IDing them and being available. Whenever an ambulance or an emergency happened and they were routed to my pod, I have to be 100% there and available, no distractions, nothing else going on. I'm literally just in my area waiting for a call, right? And that's how I did my job. And well, I know what it's like because one of the responsibilities, in addition to always being available at the hospital, okay, which I always was, never ever would you ever catch me slacking off. I was always there, even if that meant I was the only person in that area, because that's happened to me too, where it's like no one else besides the patients in their rooms would be around, you know, all the nurses would be in other areas and stuff, and it would just be me, and that's fine because you know I was just hired to do a job. I wasn't hired to socialize, right? So, anyways, one of the rules was that if the person who's supposed to take over for the next shift, right? Because you did your shifts in 12 hours. So after your shift was over, the next person had to take over. Let's say the next person was a few minutes late. It was your duty to stay and man that area until that coverage, until your replacement showed up and you handed it off. So that way there'd never be a problem where someone wasn't available to take the patient's information, find their chart, and then provide that so the doctor can then start administering medicines and medications, right? Like the doctor, they told me, the doctor literally, for legal reasons and whatnot, the doctor can't do nothing for the patient until the patient's chart was found. And that's because there could be issues where the patients had allergies. And if the patient has an allergy and the doctor administers something that they're allergic to, the patient's basically gonna have an even worse day, right? So the doctor is basically beholden to my position, right? They had to wait until I did my job. That's why I took my job so seriously. So I know what it's like to have a job that's truly like it. There is an urgency to it, and you have to be held to a high standard of responsibility, and that's fine. But as a cashier, that's not the case at all. It's really not. And so when this manager was giving me a weird sense of like he needs me to be available 24/7, and he wouldn't like acknowledge that I'd prefer like having 2 days together, because trust me, like managers, they'll do anything and everything to kind of screw up your schedule. In Tallahassee, I just kind of went with it, and so I never asked for any specific days off, and I just did what I did. And then I noticed that instead, like the manager would before they would just put my days off together. But then after a while, they did it to where I would get like my days off, but they would be split. So I would only get one day, and then I'd have like 3 working days, and then I'd have like one day, and then like 2 working days. And then the following week, because it's a new week, they would just put me the, so I would end up like with, I'd have like 5, 6 days in a row with no days in between off, right? And honestly, I just went with it because look, I was saving up, I was trying to get myself in a better spot, and my sister was there, we were roommates, so, and at first everything was fine when I was living with my sister. But anyways, when that guy was giving me some weird stuff, some weird answers, I just kind of felt like it wasn't really me, that wasn't really my thing. And trust me, I know the difference between good managers and bad managers. I've had a ton of good managers, but I know there are bad managers out there. Like I heard the story of Walgreens where there was this if you ever heard of T-Pain, he's this rapper or whatever. He made that one song years ago. He's like, I'm sprung. Now she got me doing things I'd never do. That song? So his cousin worked at Walgreens, right? Uh, like this woman, this girl, whatever, cousin of his. She was working, and then I guess she had broken up with this guy, and then the guy was very angry, right? Super angry at her for breaking up with him. So he came to her work at the wall store and literally stabbed her to death at work, right? And the manager, the store manager who was there, didn't do anything to stop or disarm it. He basically just let it happen. He didn't call for any kind of medical urgent, like he didn't call until it was too late, right? And what ended up happening was they ended up, I guess, suing or something. And what I heard was that guy, that manager, had a terrible reputation for abusing his staff. Basically, like he would only hire like, and I could tell he would hire like younger women only. He wouldn't really hire any other, like he wouldn't hire just based on like merit. He would hire based on looks. And I remember it was really funny. Like a lot of people, employees from his store would come to the store I was working at and talk to the manager of the store I was working at and try to get transferred into the store I was working at, right? And I swear, bro, it was like multiple women, all like younger women, and they were all asking to transfer to the store I was already working at because of how bad the store manager was to them at the store they were working at, where T-Pain's cousin got, like hurt and killed. So I know I've been made aware that there are bad managers out there who have a reputation and propensity to, treat their employees poorly. And I mean, what's kind of sad is this. Okay, corporations, the larger corporate structure, I get it. Okay, they're too big to fail, and you can't really blame any one person in a corporation for anything, right? Because it's a collective, right? So no one can really get in trouble for anything. But on the more individual level, per store level, it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't feel like that. It shouldn't feel like there's this nameless, soulless person that doesn't have to be accountable to anyone. Like, at least on the store level, it shouldn't feel like that. But some managers do that stuff. They feel like they can just do whatever they want because they feel like they're part of the corporation and the corporate structure. So they're no longer an individual. They're no longer held as an individual and held accountable for their individual actions. They think they can get away with anything. And that's a poor attitude to have. But anyways, so when that didn't work, right? When that didn't work out, I was like, okay, I wasn't discouraged because there are two other wall stores in this area. So I went ahead and started contacting those people. They all told me there were no openings. But I was like, okay, fine. But you know what? I kept calling. So the following month, I called again. Same person asked to speak to the store manager, same person. And I just said, hey, look, I know, it's been a month, but I'm just, checking in to see if there's anything. And then finally, it was a woman, like she, store manager, and she said, yes, okay, she'll give me a shot. So I was really stoked. I was really, really, really happy. I was like, dude, this is good. This is a good sign, and then, I was looking forward to it. But what ended up happening, guys, was some bizarreness. I don't even know how to explain it, but so she said, yeah, there was an opening. So I was like, oh, awesome. And then I said, look, I'll come in. I'll come in person and talk to you in person. And she's like, great, excellent. So I let her know I was gonna come in the next day, right? And I told her, I was like, I'm gonna come in the next day, okay? She's like, yeah, that's fine. I came in the morning, and we talked. I actually came in. I was dressed in my uniform already, okay? Because you needed to have a certain color shirt, and it had my name tag and everything, and I even had the pin. So basically, when you work there a year, they give you a pin with the like store emblem on it. And so I took the pin and I like pinned it to my name tag, to show that I've been working at this for a while, so I know what I'm doing, and I
Here's for
I
choosing
definitely
wisely.
come prepared to do my job. And we talked. She said, we talked, and she told me everything. Yeah, we can. This can work. Go ahead and fill out an application for temporary customer associate, right? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Temporary customer associate is just a fancy way of saying they don't want to pay any real benefits and they don't want to have any real responsibility for anything. And it's like that one story where um, McDonald's put out a plan that said if you want to be able to afford healthcare, you have to have two jobs and you have to work more hours than actually possible. Something like that. So, anyways. So look, I was hopeful. I was like, yeah, absolutely. So what did I do? And also, she specifically told me, specifically, she said the schedule's already been made right now, so nothing can be done right now. And I'm like, I was just happy and grateful that I was being given the chance, right, to transfer. So that way I can stay within the system and just, like have a job. Even if it's cashiering, I'll do anything, man, because like it's not like I feel like I'm better than any sort of job. I'll just cashier, right? Easy. But no. She told me schedule was made, and I was like, that's
Don't forget
fine.
to bring me a souvenir.
And I left. I walked out the store. I thanked her. I talked to the cashier who was up front. I kind of talked to her and let her know who I was, and let her know I've been working at this brand since 2008. And the only reason I ever stopped was because I went to college and I thought I was gonna have a more professional office job and all that stuff. Anyways, everything was fine, and then I left, right? Easy. And then so I didn't, I didn't have a car at this point, but you know what? My dad, he was lending me his car, so I was using his car to get around. So easy, right? Works. I was using the car and that's how I was there. And then I just hung on the car and then did my application. I went to the actual website and there were multiple positions listed, right? But she specifically told me temporary customer associate. So I found that specific designation and applied to that specific opening. Then I let her know that I applied. I let her know later that day, right? Because she had given me her number, and so I texted her and let her know that I had done the application and thank you so much. Easy, right? I was like, yeah, that's it. We're in. We're gonna cashier. We're gonna be able to just hang out. We're gonna be able to afford my, my apartment. I can live by myself and actually learn what it's like to be a bachelor and just be a single dude and just live by myself. I really thought everything was just gonna fall into place. It was gonna be fine.
For Chinatown shops.
What happened? Well, I get I get a call the next day, and the next day, because I was told that the schedule was already made and not to expect anything, I went to see my dad. All right, because like I said, my family, I love my family. I never regret being available for my family over money. Like, I'm sorry, but I could care less about a dollar, and I would choose a minute with my family over a dollar for a minute any day. A minute with my family over a dollar for a minute of my time. That's just how I grew up. I grew up with that kind of strong sense of love and duty for my people. So it's just been a no-brainer to always pick that. So, anyways, I get a call, and it was and a text, and it was an offer to come in that day. And what's messed up is that I drove an hour away to see my dad. I drove an hour away. And this was already, like, I hadn't seen this message until like 3 hours later. So I messaged back that I couldn't come in that day. And she said, yeah, fine, no problem. And so, I was still like, okay, the next time, and I messaged her. I said, look, I'm really sorry I'm not available today, but I will be available
Bring me a seat.
tomorrow and any of the following days. So please feel free to let me know if there's anything for tomorrow or any day after that, right? She said, fine. Obviously, I didn't get any, well, not obviously, but I didn't get any other offers. And then it was like another week before I heard anything from her. And in that week, she said, hey, something's wrong with your application. Go ahead and you have to pick a gender in your application. And I'm like, wait, I did my application, right? And I remember in the application, it says pick your gender. You have a choice, male, female. I wish not to identify. So for me, because I don't really want to give a corporation too much data, because I feel like if I give them too much data, they might use that data for bad. So I don't tell them my gender. I don't tell them my race or ethnicity. I try to just stay as hidden as possible, right? So I didn't share my information. I didn't share my gender. But for some reason, she said I needed to identify as a gender. And I'm like, so I didn't know what to say, right? And she was basically telling me to go back into my application. And the thing is that when you submit your application, you can't go back into your application. You can't change your application. So I don't know what she was talking about. I don't know how she was expecting me to do my application again unless I applied for another job, because when I looked, I couldn't reapply. I couldn't do anything for the application. It was stuck. It was like, basically it was one of those like third party corporate things where the company actually didn't run the hiring website and all that. So anyways, what ended up happening was I couldn't change it. So then a few days later, she messages me saying, hey, she figured it out. I'm like, okay. And I was like, okay, awesome. But she didn't say, when my first day was going to be or anything like that. I was like, okay, fine. Like another week later, I get a message, a call. And the thing is that for my phone, my voicemail box is full. And I tried contacting the phone company to figure out how to clear my voicemail box. And I was on the line and I was on hold and I spoke to a rep. And so they assured me, they were like, okay, look, we got the authorization. We can clear your voicemail box. It should be working. BS. They never cleared my voicemail box. And my voicemail box to this day is still full. So no one can leave me any voice messages, right? I'm just like, what? So anyways, um my the new manager I was about to work for, she complained to me about it. She's like, hey, like, your voicemail box is full. I can't leave you any messages. And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I tried working that out with the company, and then she's like, and then she stopped me right there. She's like, oh, hold on. And then she put me on hold, right? And I was like, okay. And then I I was like, okay, and so I was on hold. And then she picked up the phone again after a few minutes, and then she told me, okay, my first day. So she said, I just need to come in between Monday and Friday, between 9 or like before 3. Before 3, because my first day is gonna be Sunday, but they wanted to do all my paperwork and stuff and get my social security and all that done and set before my first day on Sunday, right? So I was like, yeah, fine. So I planned on going, and I was planning on going on that Friday, right? And then, you know, what ended up happening was on that Thursday, I get a message from her saying, "Hey, I don't think this is gonna work out." I'm like, "What? Why? What?" She's like, "Oh, just because your voicemail box is full and it's hard to get a hold of you." I'm like, "What? What? Are you serious? No."
Bring the town shops.
And then I was very like bummed out, and I was honestly, I was like, man, I'm worried, because I was like, look, I needed that position. I needed some hours so that I could afford to stay in my apartment. Even if, check this out, I was doing the math. Even if I only had like 1 or 2 shifts a week, okay? I was doing the math, and I was like, okay, even if I get 1 or 2 shifts a week, I only need 12 days. I only need to work 12 days a month to afford 1 month's rent. So I was like, I could do that because I had a few months worth of money saved up, so I could totally do this, right? And nope, I was told that I couldn't, that it wasn't gonna work out. And so I was sad, but honestly, like, I didn't lose hope, I didn't lose faith. I was still 100% ready to do what I need to do, and I was just looking for the opportunity. So so
Don't forget to bring
guess
groceries.
what, guys? I was given some bad news, and I was not able to get that job secured. So the only silver lining there was that accident that cost me my car. And like I said, no hard feelings, because they had a literal baby in their car. It was a woman. She was driving, and there was a baby in the car. And I'm just so glad that no one got hurt, honestly. Like, my car, it got messed up, but no one was actually hurt. You know what I mean? So that really is like the best news that I could have received anyway. No one got hurt. And so fine. I had some money, so and honestly, besides using the car to drive to work, it's not like I really needed the car. You know what I mean? So it wasn't a huge loss. The only reason I needed the car anyways was for work. So check it out. Check it out. I have the savings. I was just using that, and I was hoping to get my cashiering job. But then I was given the bad news that it's not going to work out, and I remember she texted me that, right? And when she told me that, I was like, man, but I straight up just was sincere as possible. I was like, hey, sorry, and she apologized. She's like, I'm sorry. And I was like, well, and I told her, I was like, well, look, um, thank you for your consideration. I was truly looking forward to continuing my career with the wall store. and you know, I was looking forward to coming in and starting my first day on Sunday. And you know, I truly hope for the best for your corporation and all of your staff and people. And so, you know, and then I apologized too. I said, I'm sorry it won't work out either. And so that's how I left that. And so now I'm basically unemployed, but I'm in a very particular situation where I'm unemployed, but I still have money from a car insurance payout that they gave me, so I'm using that to just kind of live off of and have the ability to just stay safely um secured at home. So basically I'm just in a very specific situation where
That location is
I
also within the
am
border of
living on my own, but I
Nevada.
don't actually have a job, but I'm okay because I still reach out to my family all the time. And so, but that's basically my life right now. So, you know, as a long-winded explanation, and I'm hoping I didn't like put anyone to sleep by explaining my story, but basically, like, you know, things just don't turn out the way we expect them to sometimes. I was truly just expecting to work as a cashier, you know, sweep the floors, take out the trash, stock the shelves, you know, ring out customers, you know, just the stuff that honestly is just easy to do, you know? Like, I mean, customer service is so easy, you know, and especially because you know, I found Jesus and I found that inspiration and I found why I've been so lucky and I've been witness to that. It just made the job that much easier because I was like, look, I'm really sorry for what you're going through. You know, like, so for any customers who are having a bad day, you know, they were just like, you know, really kind of taken aback. They were like, I remember people asking me like, you must come from a well-off family. And honestly, like, my first thought was, well, my parents are divorced. Um, so it's not like we're a family like that anymore, but
Don't forget to bring
I did
snacks.
grow up in a really good environment. You know, I had access to my parents and I had a brother and a sister. You know, I had one of each. So I was actually feeling fine, you know, and I told them, well, yeah, you know, like I don't, it's not well off financially, but I said spiritually, I feel spiritually very, very blessed. And that's what I told them, you know? And I mean, like, you know, I don't know. I had such a good energy there. I mean, I had people telling me, you know, like, it must be my first day. And I'm like, no, no, actually, I've been working here over a year. And they'll be so surprised. They'll be like, no way. Yeah. And I'll tell them, yeah, yeah, I've been working as a cashier since I was 17, on and off. When I went to university, I stopped being a cashier for a little bit. But honestly, like, you know, I remember when I was working as a cashier, it was when I first started working, it was like 2008, so it was like during that whole financial crisis. And I remember this older couple, right? This gentleman and this older woman, like a couple or whatever. They came in and they went in line together, and you know, they like the gentleman, the older man, he mentioned to me, he's like, wow, with everything in the news and everything, and you know, the financial crisis and everything, he was so surprised that I had a huge smile on my face and I was greeting people like so happily. He was like, you know, he's like, well, it looks like it's gonna be the end of the world out there, and you're here smiling and everything's okay. And I was like, well, yeah. And the thing is that, I mean, looking back on it, the reason I was so happy was because I didn't have any I didn't have any dog in the race, you know? Like, I had nothing, absolutely nothing to lose from the, you know, financial system imploding because I didn't have any, like, actual financial resources Like like my family, we weren't really one that was super connected into the financial world. So, basically, like we had already learned how to live with barely anything. So it didn't matter if the financial world, if it didn't matter that the big banks were holding, the financial world hostage. It didn't matter. It didn't matter that the CEOs were asking for a bigger bailout because they wanted those derivatives that they created, those financial derivatives. They wanted those toxic assets guaranteed by the American government, whether the American people wanted to pay for it or not. So it's all good. Like I just never had any real connection. Like my parents, they weren't financially connected. I mean, all I had, and I'm not lying, my dad was a house husband, house dad, and my mom was a secretary. And we learned how to live with 5 people on one salary. 5 people lived on one salary.
Bring me a souvenir.
We just did what we did, and I had a really good childhood, honestly. Like I can't think of one bad thing. I wish I could go back, honestly. I wish I could go back to living how I did when I was a kid because man, I had such a good time. And to be honest, like nothing really made me fear anything, like everything was just awesome. And even if the world was, the financial world or Wall Street was going through a downturn and there was supposedly going to be some kind of Great Depression, I kind of didn't even think about that. That wasn't really something that came into mind as like something because I never really felt like anything was financial. Like my parents, they had gotten the house years before the financial crash, like 2002, 2003. So it was already 5 years in, and they locked in their mortgage. So it was like a 30-year term. So it's not something that even if the big banks have failed or whatever, their mortgage wasn't connected to that, if that makes sense. So they didn't invest in any of those financial assets or that stuff. So really, I had nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? Um. So yeah, like I said, like I've pretty much been a professional since the day I started working. And I've never had any bad situations like that. The only bad things that ever happened to me was when I put bad things in my own life. You know what I mean? That was the only time I ever had like bad stuff happen to me. So I mean,
Peter, that location's
like honestly, I just
souvenirs for Chinatown.
very grateful. I mean, so
Drugs?
my own worst enemy in my life, I would have to say, is my mentality when I was just a self-defeating person. Like when I just kind of fell into my own like way of like thinking negatively, when I didn't find the heart to be grateful for the things I have, when I was looking to have things that I didn't really even need, you know? And then I learned to just say, you know what? I don't need $300 pair of shoes, okay? I don't need, like a whole bunch of like crazy stuff. I can just be okay on my own. I can just appreciate my family, my parents, and yeah, everything's been really good thus far because I finally learned the truth of how to have a good life. And that's not to have things, but it's to have the right mindset to appreciate good things. Things that things that can easily be taken for granted. And that's my biggest lesson here. If there's just one piece of advice that I can impart to anyone watching or witnessing the stream, It's to really, truly think deeply about anything and everything that has brought you some some semblance of peace or comfort that doesn't require mind altering substances, that doesn't require hurting anyone. Just think deeply about what brings you just a modicum of peace
Don't forget to
to
bring
your
a small
heart
souvenir.
and that resonates with your soul and just allays and quiets all of the troubles that stir in your mind. And when you do that, you find the answer to what you were already blessed with in the beginning, you know? And from there, no, I mean, nothing can bring you down. If you really found your answer, there's not anything that will bring you down. And look, I've already started coming to the mentality of, okay, I'm very lucky. I realize that now that I realize that the jig is up, right? Now, I have to be ready for if life takes away my family. If unfortunate events start happening to my family, and I've been praying that God helps me find the right mentality so that instead of feeling sad, I can feel happy that I got to experience a fulfilling childhood where I had parents that loved me so much. That instead of feeling so terribly pessimistic and lost and hopeless, that I would see the fact that the existence of my loving relationships with my parents have been something that I will be able to cherish for the rest of my life. And that presence of love is just but an example, I hope, is just but like a preview of God's love for me. Because the love I have for my parents and the love I feel that my parents give me, I can only hope that when God says, God loves us, that that love that God has for me, the example I got of love from my parents is something to go by. Because if it is, then I feel even more secure that I am happy with where I'm at, and that I can feel secure that I got to witness real love, real love, you know, I got to witness real love and I got to experience what it's like to be truly and deeply loved by my family.
Chinatown shops.
And that right there is the best takeaway. And even if I can't have them around for the rest of my life, I'm just going to pray that God helps me, calms my heart, brings me peace, and brings me that comfort that I was able to have that love in my life, even if it was only for a part of my life. Even if I couldn't carry that with me forever, you know? Because you don't have to ask me twice. If you ask me, Ben, would you like to have your parents in your life forever and be able to have their love available to you forever? Would you like that? I wouldn't think twice about it. I'd say, yeah, absolutely. I couldn't imagine, and that's why I'm praying so much, because it's tough, like being able, like it's tough letting go, because that for me was like the biggest thing, is like I just love so deeply that it's hard for me to sometimes find the strength to say, maybe, sometimes we can't have people in our lives forever, but the fact that they were in our life at all was the blessing and was something to keep with us. And so I pray to God every
Bring a
day that,
souvenir.
you know, I have that mindset and I keep it, because, I don't know. It's a tough go, man. It's a tough go having to
prepare yourself for when the people that you love and you've known your whole life might not be there for you. You know? So I just pray. I'm just gonna keep praying that I can keep learning how to be okay, you know, because it took me going through a chunk of my life without that mentality, without that courage to truly ruminate deeply on life and love. And so I can finally, start to learn how to provide myself with comfort, not outside or externally, but to have a comfort that my mind and my soul and my heart are providing me, and that I'm getting because I've found faith. But hey, look, I know that, I'm not perfect by any means, okay?
If that
I'm not a
location
role
is
model,
within a quarter of a mile
okay?
near
And I
some
mentioned
Chinatown
this before,
shops.
but my stream is 18 plus only, and
Driving
it's not
safe.
because I curse a lot, it's not because we talk adult topics here, but it's because I am not a role model. I don't want to be a role model because I just don't feel like I'm good enough to provide a good example. All I can say is that good people have provided me with good examples, and that's all I can take from it. Like Spider-Man, Jesus, my parents. That's how I've gotten to feel very comfortable in my life and happy and really joyful. But I don't want to lead anyone astray. I don't know anyone else's situation. I don't know their circumstance. And the last thing I want to do is lead someone down um, a place where they shouldn't go, or where they wouldn't want to be, or where they're not ready to go. I mean, what I'm basically sharing with you guys is how to live on the deep end. You know, I'm giving you advice on how to take off the water weenies and jump right into the middle of the Pacific.
Don't forget to bring back a
Okay?
souvenir.
That's what I'm trying to prepare you guys for. So whoever's listening, and I mean potentially it could be myself. I could be listening to my own video 10 years from now. Okay? And I hope everything's going good for you. All right? Really. I hope that I hope that you can still. I don't know if you're gonna get emotional because you're thinking about all the things that have happened in the last 10 years, good and bad. But I hope that, we are still on a good place, in a good place. That if we're able to, say to ourselves, spend the work that we did today in 2023 in March was worth it, and that this investment in time and sacrifice, it all paid off. And I'm hoping that if I hear myself 10 years from now, I hope that I can actually feel like, yeah, it's all been worth it. So I'm hoping that you have good news for me, bro. In the future, I hope there's good news. Like for real.
Peter, that location
So
supposedly is a quarter
anyways,
of a mile near some Chinatown shops.
what else? Um, man, I wonder when I'm gonna stop getting so deep, you know? I wonder when that's gonna happen, you know? But man, I really like this suit. This is the Captain Spider-Man suit. I love it. The shield is so good. This is one of my favorites for sure. It's so unique, you know? It's like a combination of Captain America and Spider-Man. And it just works well, you know? I like it. There are like one or two more Captain America suits, but honestly, this one here is the best. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy this one. This is my favorite Captain America style suit. It just makes sense, man. And there we go. All right, I think it's time to move to another spot, guys. We have an entire Manhattan borough to protect and look after. I think these guys here have learned a thing or two, and I'm just gonna give them some time to think it over, and hopefully they come to the right conclusions. So, all right, next here, next spot. Let's go. I just love this. It's so awesome. Oh, this is good. This is good stuff right here. Crime. That's fine. Yeah, that's crime, guys. Okay, let's get it. Boom. Oh, guys, why are you hurting innocent people? Come on, haven't you done enough damage? Look, obviously you crashed into this person's car. You don't even know these people's circumstances. Is it really worth it that you crashed into these people's cars like this? Like, come on, man. It's terrible. Oh, it's terrible. You hurting innocent people here. What? Um, let's take off these boxes. All right, so we got that. There's usually a person under the car. Here he is. Brother, I got you. No worries. Let's get you out from under there. Oh, man. Whew. Man. Yeah, brother. I hope everything turns out better for you, alright? Okay. Get out of here. Another crime. Alright. Next crime. Let's do it. Ready? Nice. Alright. Got that. Don't shoot that launcher. There we go. Okay. These guys are next door. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. That dude was climbing up, then he's climbing down. Ooh. Nice. Oh, I was being targeted. Here, look. Anti-venoms. They didn't even jump to the ledge. Oh man, poor guys. All right, well. Here we go. Okay. All right, so let's try to stealth this guy. That's one. All right. Go to the next guy right here. Whoa. Okay. That's two. Very good, very good. That's nice. Alright. There's a sniper over here we're gonna take. 3. That's good, that's good. Okay, not this one. There's another one over here though. Oh man, I overshot. Oh man. Alright, no worries. Bam! There we go. So sniper, I think there's one more tucked away somewhere here, but I don't know where. I don't quite know where. Okay, right here. Let's just get these two, and that still counts as stealth. And that's a stealth stealth attack too. Oh wait, this guy hasn't seen me yet. Let's get him. That's stealth. Okay, wait. And these guys are stealth now as well. And I'm the best stealth, right guys? I have the best stealth tactics. Okay, and one more. Okay. Where else can we sneak attack some people? Guys, you shouldn't have come around. You shouldn't have come around here and terrorize people who are working, paying their rent. Come on now. Trying to take over the whole building. All I can think about is all the innocent people that are living in these buildings and are basically being bullied and terrorized by these prisoners, these escaped prisoners, you know? So I don't hesitate. I don't think twice about, you know, taking all these guys and putting them in timeout. I will never regret taking the time and putting all these people in timeout because I'm thinking about all the people who have made the choice and aren't prisoners and they decided to just live very quietly and peaceably, and they're not trying to hurt anyone, and they decided that violence is not the answer, and then all of a sudden now we have a whole host of people literally taking all the liberties they can with people who are just trying to live their life without hurting anyone, you know? They're just living, trying to afford an apartment, you know, and then all of a sudden you got these escaped prisoners who are basically, who knows what kind of terrible atrocities they're committing in these apartment buildings, you know. I can only imagine like all of the innocent families, and then these prisoners are walking into these people's apartments, punching people in the face, assaulting people, you know, like abusing people. It puts a twist in in the pit of my stomach. I'm just like, you know, I just gotta take all of these guys out as quickly as possible, you know, because I would hope that if I was just one of these random people living in one of these apartments and Spider-Man was around and he was a good guy, he would take out and beat up all of these people on my behalf. So I wouldn't have to worry about having someone pound and break into my apartment, steal all my food, hurt my pets. If I had any of those pets, you know. Oh, one thing I thought about was how come Spider-Man doesn't have a pet? How come he doesn't have a dog or cat or guinea pig or some goldfish? And you know why? And this profoundly made me tear up. The reason he doesn't take a pet and he doesn't have a dog, there's no spider dog, right? That's not lore. You know why? You know why? Is because Spider-Man can't count on going home after he fights all of these bad guys to make sure that his dog is fed. That he might not come back home alive. That his poor dog might be waiting for him in his place, and he won't even be there to feed his dog. That's why Spider-Man doesn't have a pet, guys. Because Spider-Man, he can't afford to leave an animal alone because he can't count on himself being alive every day. He goes out here stopping crime. He can't assume he's gonna come back alive to see his dog. He also is a man of honor, so he's fighting and he's beating up criminals for free. He can't even afford to keep an apartment. So how is he gonna afford to keep a dog alive? You know? That's why I say, guys, if you have a pet, if you're lucky enough to have animals in your life, cherish them. Cherish those bonds. Okay? And truly, truly think about the responsibility. Okay? Think about the responsibility. Think about how much that life relies on you. Okay? And never take that for granted. Always be available for your pets. Love your pets. Think about your pets. You know? That's my advice. Now I know what you're saying. Well, Salsa, didn't you say you haven't had you only had a family dog like over 10 years ago and you've never had a pet since then? So how can you talk? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. But I'm just sharing my conceptualizations on why I think Spider-Man doesn't have a pet. Why there's no spider dog. And that's because he literally can't afford to have his pet waiting for him at home, and the Shocker or Vulture or Fisk has kidnapped Spider-Man, or like put Spider-Man in such a brutal state of beatdown that Spider-Man can't go to his dog, make sure his dog got food and water. So he basically is sparing a dog from ever having to feel the pain of feeling abandoned or feeling the pain of not having food and water. Spider-Man is just too busy. He's focused. And that also reminds me why Jesus Christ was said to not have married. And that's because Jesus Christ was on a mission. He was focused. He was singularly focused on what he needed to do. And so unfortunately, he can't have his cake and eat it too. You know? And so it's just one of those things where you just think, okay, well, this makes sense, you know? And that's why I say if I ever get to be blessed in that way where I can feel comfortable enough taking a pet and an animal in my life, that I never truly ever want to forget how truly grateful and lucky I should feel for having that connection in my life. And that goes for anything. Anything I can get, you know, anything that I have, I just want to have the right mentality to be worthy of that in my life, you know? Because there's a difference between desiring something and being worthy of having that in your life. And I've come to the conclusion that I'd rather be worthy of something than to have something. You know? Like in my heart, I'd rather have the right heart and the right love and energy to offer than to have that thing in my life and not be good enough for it. Because like I said, I had a relationship one time and I truly felt like I wasn't good enough, and I still don't feel like I'm good enough to have a relationship. And that's why I just focus on what I can do and try to focus on how I can get to a place in my life where I can hopefully have, you know, more connections, more opportunities to, you know, have like meaningful, deep connections with someone. But at this time, I just don't feel like I am worthy of that. because it's such a big deal, you know. At least from my experience, what I've come to understand is that it is such a great deal of responsibility, and I just want to be worthy enough of having the heart to fulfill all my responsibilities and to be able and open and ready to receive and send out the right amount of love, you know? So I think that's why Spider-Man doesn't have a pet either, you know? I just think that he just can't he just can't bring himself to endanger the life of his pet. And I bet you he would be an amazing pet owner. Okay? I mean, Spider-Man is such a selfless guy. He would put the well-being of other people before himself. I know he would be an amazing pet owner.
Spider-Man
He would have so much love to offer because in his life, he's seen how important connections are. I mean, in Spider-Man 1, he cried. He profoundly cried, and during the trilogy, I mean, he thought about his uncle all the time. I mean, even in this game, he loves his aunt and his uncle so much, and yet, it's just a heartbreaking thing that Spider-Man has to go through all of this loss. So, I think, in my opinion, that's why he doesn't have a pet. Is because he just has all of these things he has to do. He has to protect people that can't protect themselves. And so, in exchange for that, in exchange for having such a great power in his life, he has to make the choice and be responsible and help others that can't help themselves. You know? So that's why he says he can't have a pet. He can't come home to, a nice apartment and have a pet and just share love privately. He has to put himself out there every day and save people that can't save themselves. And so the cost that comes to that for Spider-Man is he's unable to foster good close relationships and ties because he's so busy working. He doesn't have time for a pet, because he understands how much time is needed to have a pet feel taken care of and feel happy. That's why Spider-Man doesn't just half-ass it, guys. Alright? He doesn't do that. He says, look, I'd rather have everything available to my pet than to have my pet and not treat my pet the way it deserves to be treated. That's why Spider-Man doesn't have pets, man. That's why he doesn't have a dog or cat. Doesn't have anything because he knows in his heart he's not good enough for that because he can't offer himself to that endeavor. He can't give his all to that relationship. So he doesn't want to see an animal or a life suffer and feel so down and sad because Spider-Man can't be there all the time. Okay? All right, this is just some profound stuff that I've come to understand based on the hundreds of hours I've played as Spider-Man, Excuse me, guys. I'm just drinking some water. My apologies. All right. So, guys, I want to apologize if any of what I'm saying is a hot take. Someone might be real angry with me right now, saying you don't have any right to explain the inner workings and profound machinations of how Spider-Man's feeling, you're only Spider-Man's assistant. And you're right, and you're very fair. That's a very fair point. Okay, I'm not even gonna argue with that. You have it down. You got me down. All right. But all I can say is me profoundly, I feel very relatable to Spider-Man because I also haven't had a pet in my life. And I don't think I have found where I need to be to truly love a pet the way a pet needs to be loved. I don't have I don't have the security in my life. I don't have the time because I don't have the security. Look, I have the time, right? But I don't have the security. I can't provide a pet with a safe home because providing a pet with a safe home requires resources. And so I have time, and having time and being available is easier for me than having the resources. And I know other people might have the opposite problem. It's like I have no time, but I can definitely house a whole bunch of pets, but I don't have the time. And I get that. That's kind of the trade-off in life. It's you either have the time or you have the resources. And for me, I have the time, but because I don't have the resources to go with that time, I don't want to hurt an animal by not being able to provide for it, you know? I just don't I just don't want to ever put an animal through a place where me and the animal are both starving, where we're both like unable to like, do stuff. Like I'm very secure right now, but that's only because my parents are in my life. If I didn't have my parents available, I don't know. I don't know where my life would be right now, you know? I don't know where or what I would do, to be quite honest, you know? I don't know what I would be doing,
From what I can tell,
you know?
factions that existed within
Because I've only ever really known my parents, and they're the only people I really like talk to. Like, look, I have like
Star Advantage.
acquaintances. I have like people I know that I've known for a while, but I don't really take the time to like talk to them regularly or anything like that because I know it sounds bad, but it's like I know no one's gonna love me in the same way that my parents love me, unconditionally. And so like I want to be able to find connections in my life where I'm like I love this person unconditionally. You know? I love them unconditionally, but the thing is that like friendships, there's conditions to friendships and having like for me, conditions of friendships is like, yeah, I could be your friend and stuff, but obviously there's conditions. Obviously, like you can't, like there's things that I wouldn't let you do to hurt me and still accept you as my friend because it's just not how I feel like I can like do stuff. Like I can't, like if there was someone who was maliciously like talking bad about me or like starting rumors about me or like let's say I had a pet and they were secretly abusing my animal, I couldn't forgive that person in that way. I couldn't. And so because of that, I know that I can't trust a friend unconditionally. You know what I mean? So, but I mean, it takes time. Like, you know, it's just I feel like, in terms of like making selections, I kind of agree with how Peter Parker's lived his life because look, yeah, he had, you know,
Work.
taken time
Long enough
to
since he's
date
about to
Mary
turn into a
Jane,
giant prison
and
rat.
you know their relationship is on again, off again. But you know, I never really see him, you know, Spider-Man, hanging out with like random people, you know, like random friends and stuff. Like, yeah, in the movies he had Harry, but really, I mean, when you think about it, he and Harry never really hung out all that much in school, and then in college, well, Peter never really, you know, like I don't know. I just feel like Harry had the spot, but he was well off anyway. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I just feel like, but the thing is, remember, with Peter Parker and Spider-Man in the trilogy, Harry liked Mary Jane too. And at one point, Harry ended up like trying to steal Peter Parker's girlfriend, Mary Jane. Remember that? I remember that. I totally remember like Harry was trying to insert himself into in between Peter Parker and Mary Jane's relationship. And that was so hurtful that Harry would do that. It's like, dude, like you're, you know, like you're part of like a rich corporation. Can't you just pick your own girlfriend? Why do you have to pick your friend's girlfriend? Like what's wrong with you, man? Like so, you know, I don't know. I mean, obviously like, you know, I'm not one to talk. I don't have friends like that in my life. I don't have friends that are girls or like long-term romantic interests. I just haven't had that. I do have my parents, and I mean, I just feel like, at least for me, that's good enough. I'm very glad I have the love of my parents, and they're willing to, you know, like love me no matter what, even if I end up being just a cashier the rest of my life, you know. Because I mean, they tell me all the time that like, you know, they thought I was gonna be a doctor or a lawyer or a mayor or something, right? My parents told me all the time, they're like, what happened to you?
We're stars in the
And
city. But not so many
even
things.
though they tell me, you know, they still love me no matter what, but they're really surprised I haven't done anything with my life. They still love me. You know what I mean? And so that kind of love that kind of love to feel like, you know, I can be a screw up and they'll still love me. That's what I need. That's what I need in my life. I need to be able to feel like I can screw up, I can mess up, not do like the stuff I need to do, not, you know, work on a career, you know, not like try to, you know, find a home, buy a home and stuff. I can still screw up and not attain my milestones of being an adult, and they still love me. So that's not something that, you know, I can just find anywhere. And to be honest, you know, I don't think it's fair for other people to have to, you know, do that either because, I mean, really, like, I know there's like conditions to everything, you know, like personally, I know this sounds bad, but it's like for me, I've only ever had interests in like romantic feelings for women. And
Nice
you
work.
know, it's conditional, right? Because
Without it turning into a
basically
giant prison
they
rat.
need to have like they need to have feminine characteristics. They need to be a woman for me to be interested in them, and that's a condition by default, you know? And so that's not fair to 50% of the human species that I could never really feel romantically interested or attracted to people that have an X and a Y chromosome. I just can't. If you have an XY chromosome, I just, for some reason, it's just how it is. I just have a condition where I'm only attracted to people with XX chromosomes in their DNA structure. You know? So I totally get, you know, so it's already conditional. By default, it's already conditional. You know what I mean? It's already conditional, and I feel like, it's just one of those things that now it's like, I get it. Like, my parents love me unconditionally, and I can't find a way to feel comfortable and secure enough to love something else unconditionally yet, Like if I ever became a dad, I would want to love my kids unconditionally. I've already vowed that I would do that. But in order to do that and love someone unconditionally, I'd have to be able to say, I'm gonna put up with almost anything to make sure that my children feel loved unconditionally. I would be available for my children unconditionally. And right now, I can't even do that for an animal. You know what I mean? I can't even do that for an animal. So how am I supposed to do that for like a wife and kids when I'm too much of a like like unsure person? Like I don't even know what kind of job I'm supposed to have. I don't know what kind of person I'm supposed to be, guys. All I know is that I want to be as good as Spider-Man is. You know? That's what I that's what I'm hoping for. But Spider-Man is not a real person. Spider-Man is just a character. You know? So I'm trying to be something that isn't even in reality. I'm trying to be something that's unreal. You know?
Our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
So okay. What else should we talk about? Because right now I'm just on a monologue here. Would this count as a soliloquy? I don't think so, right? A soliloquy is one where it's a speech by yourself, but you're talking to. Is it a soliloquy? Is a monologue or is it soliloquy? I gotta look that up. Soliloquy, monologue. I'm not sure. I gotta think about it. But oh man. So we like to talk about deep stuff here, but honestly, guys, this game, if you have not played this game, I say go for it. Okay, Spider-Man is legit the de facto best superhero game I've ever played, and I've played a ton of other hero games. I would even say like the X-Men Origins Wolverine is okay, but honestly, mechanically, it's a bit dated to today. Compared to today, it's a bit dated. So if you're looking into the superhero path, try Spider-Man. Spider-Man's like the easiest and most humblest hero. I mean, Spider-Man is not a rich guy. He struggled with relationships. He doesn't have money readily available. He is the de facto guy I relate to so much, Like I really truly relate to Spider-Man in such an immaculate way. So I would say, if you're looking for a game, it's not fine. connection, if you're okay with not having internet connection necessary, and I'm telling you, go for it. You don't play with anyone else. You're a single hero. I understand some people can't really handle playing games alone, and that's fine. Okay, you don't need a you don't need to tell me. I totally understand. Some people just can't play games by themselves. But if you take the time and you practice and you have the courage, it's worth it. The lessons that you get from playing Spider-Man are just it's worth it. You know, it's worth it. You know. I know some people are thinking, nah, it's not. It's just not for me, man. And I'm like, yeah, that's a fair thing, man. That's fair. You know what I wish I could like do more regularly? I wish I could fight the bosses more regularly, you know? Like it'd be cool to fight Tombstone a little bit more regularly, and if I could fight Taskmaster out in the world more than just those 2 times,
Spider-Man, from what I can tell,
that would
his
be
actions
awesome,
and
man.
right
I would
now
really, really like that.
we're star advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't be dealt with.
Mm, so right now it's daytime. We're just fighting off these prisoners. So hopefully we can fend off these people's. I mean, really, this is probably the best thing I could do to show that I'm really trying to help people out. You know, protecting the citizens. You know, it's a really cool thing. Oh yeah, I gotta say the animations are so legit, and for anyone just joining, you can probably tell. Yes, the base game does not have a Captain America skin available. We are using a lot of modded um, works from Nexus Mods. So that's called nexusmods.com. It's a free site. It's free. It's totally free, guys. And I truly encourage you to give it a look. Join the community. There's a lot of amazingly cool people out there that basically spend their time and their passion and energy in creating
Nice
things
work.
in
Things get
as an
harder
ode
when
of
you
love
turn into a giant
and
dinosaur.
gratitude to games like Spider-Man, but also, you know, Skyrim, Fallout, all those things. But truly, Nexus Mods and all the cool people out there have fundamentally like given me a lot of hope because you know it shows me that I'm not the only one who really likes Spider-Man. You know, there's some people out there that just totally are immersed in Spider-Man. They can't see any other hero topping Spider-Man. They are just like Spider-Man's best. Spider-Man's number one. And I'm so happy that I can find people who relate to me like that. Because, like I said, Spider-Man is best and most relatable hero. To me, I just can't help but to say, you know what? Spider-Man is the best example of what I'd want to be if I could be a hero, you know? Yeah. So this is legit. With the mods, what I'm gonna explain is that we have some additional skin mods, and look, I'll show you a quick overview. We got Captain Spider-Man, Deadpool, Drip King. We got Drip King again. We got Spider Ham. We got Iron Spider. Robotic Miles, Pepsi Man, Ghost Gwen, Dark Avenging Suit, Symbiote Spider, Ant-Man. We got Pico's Casual Miles. We got Spider Girl. We got I think this is what oh yeah, this is the Assassin Suit, Threats and Menace. We got Ultimate Iron Spider. We got Unlimited Spider. We got Miles Zap. We got Miles Pride Zap. We got the Wingsuit. We got Venom. We even got Venom, dude. And we got Edge of Time Damage. We got the comic McFarlane Classic. And then we got the Sonic's Hooded Spider-Man. So I really prefer the ones with the hoods on. They're just kind of like my go-to. So, you know what I mean? Those are like the modest suits. And then some of the mods we got on as I'm like playing, we're playing on ultimate. Not that it matters. It really doesn't matter, guys. If you play on spectacular or friendly, it really doesn't matter, you know, because the game itself, the mechanics are ubiquitous. So the only difference is like damage output and all that. So in regards to mods though, I use ultimate difficulty as a base, and then I use like Peter Parker Must Die edition of like mod difficulty modifiers. So there's a few people that have really expanded the difficulty opportunities. So there's a lot of opportunities to explore different avenues of damage output. And so I went ahead and added modifiers that make it so that if I get shot more than twice, I pretty much die. Make it so that everyone is about 75% faster. So all enemies are actually going to react 75% faster than regular vanilla. And I've also added difficulty modifiers for all of the enemy bosses. So whenever we play the story mode, which happens from time to time, it takes me about 11 or 12 hours to clear the story from start to finish. But in terms of mods, when we do fight bosses, they end up having difficulty adders, so they will do like additional attacks. Like for example, the Shocker will do more energy electro blasts in rapid succession compared to base vanilla. And difficulty will make it so that you only get hit like twice and then you die. So basically that's kind of how that works. So I'm using like under the hood modifiers that don't really appear in an obvious fashion but are still very much in play. So yeah. So anyways, What? Oh yes, yes, yes. So modifiers, guys, I have over 130 different mods activated at this time. So what that means is, for example, one mod could
Nice
be
work.
a suit
It's not
mod.
hard enough in this city without it turning
So,
into a giant prison yard.
but actually only suit replacers. The suit mods that I have that I'm using right now don't count towards the 130. So if you counted like this suit right here, right? I'm not counting this suit when I count 130. So technically, I might have over 160 different mods. Because I have like 25 suits. So I guess I have like 155 mods. If you count like the suit adder file mods, blah blah blah. But some of the additional mods that I'm using include modifiers to add like trails. So you can see as I'm moving around, there's like a whoosh of wind, right? It looks like a whoosh of wind. That's mod. I added mods to change the, like, you see the electric, you see how it's like yellow? That's mod. You see how I just kicked up and then I did this? Watch, like this right here. That's a mod. The animations, like all the punching I'm doing, those animations have been modded to be specific to what I wanted to do. My jump right here, like this, and then this, and then how it's cut, that's modded to allow me to have more like freedom to like activate stuff. Technical jargon, mumbo jumbo stuff, but from the bottom of my heart, what I'd like to express is gratitude to all the that's a mod right there. Actually, that you're not supposed to have large like gadget friend cooperators helping you, but I modded that in. That's just part of the allure of modding. So I just want to extend a big thank you to everyone in the Spider-Man community at Nexus Mods. And if you have not given it a chance yet, just check it out. The site is free. The mods are free. I didn't pay a dime
They're clumped together, but
to
not so many
any
they
of
can't be
these
dealt with.
mods. I'm very grateful that these people just for free, for the love of just this hobby and for the general like adoration they have, admiration for Spider-Man as a hero, they put all these things out for free. So honestly, if you haven't checked out Nexus Mods, you should do it. It's an amazing spot. So many cool people. Everyone just like talking about the mods and just like putting out their works and like they're giving their 2 cents on like what they'd like to see reflected in the game. So oh man. Yeah. So, um yeah, it's just I just can't help but to, thank like a lot of amazing people because that's why I'm not gonna ever want to paywall my videos. All right, like at one point when I was like browsing through Twitch and looking at other creators and stuff, I noticed that some people would actually paywall their videos on demand, so they wouldn't be able to actually see these videos like whenever they want. They won't be able to see these videos for free, right? And I'm just like, that's not how I want to conduct my channel. You know, I definitely don't want to do that. It's just not for me. I want to be able to share my passion, and if I can inspire someone to be like, wow, look at this guy, he's playing Spider-Man. I'm passionate now.
Nice
I
work.
want to go
Over
out in the world and I
160
want to
of the
do good
charges
things
you've got
for
your
other
hands
people.
on.
So this is just something where I'm just trying to offer as much positive vibing energy to anyone and everyone who wants to gr- get a hold and ride the wave. You know what I mean? So I never ever want to put any of my videos paywalled ever. Okay? Because you know what? There's a lot there. I haven't found too many creators out there, but you know what? The people that I truly like, they don't paywall their stuff. And so I basically just kind of, take from that example of like, hey, you know what? I haven't put any of my videos as a paywall, and that's because, I think these videos are more than just what I can get from monetarily. I feel like, if I could inspire someone to be more inspired, have a better feel of energy, and maybe get ready to go about their day and have an amazing day because they witnessed some good vibing energy that are going to empower them to have a good day today. I want to offer that to you and to anyone who's watching and enjoying, So, by all means, guys, I say take what you need, get the vibes, do what you gotta do. I'm always gonna let this stuff ride for free. I couldn't imagine, because I'm thinking, okay, I gotta put myself in another person's shoes. If I if I were somehow, a more like connected person, more sociable and stuff, and if I had gotten a hand on like how to have money, and I was denying someone who needed to like just hang out and watch Spider-Man, doing Spider-Man stuff. If I failed to do that, I would have been putting the bad, the worst example and pretty much going against the spirit of what Spider-Man actually is. I have I have a good feeling that Spider-Man would also, Peter Parker would also not paywall his videos. You know what I mean? I just have a good feeling that Spider-Man is such a selfless guy. He's willing to get evicted from his apartment. Look, this guy literally could have said, you know what, look, if I don't get a job, work in a call center or work in an office and work in a hospital, do something. If I don't do this, I'm gonna lose my apartment. But that means I won't be able to help citizens. I won't be able to lift cars off of people. I won't be able to, take out people who are terrorizing entire blocks by setting up these shanty towns on the roofs. Like, Spider-Man said, no, you know what? I could get a job and just put in that time, and then I could just tell the rest of New York City to go F itself. I gotta go get my bread. But I don't have any sort of feeling or any sort of conceptualization that Peter would ever do that. In my heart, truly in my heart, if Peter Parker were real and he were on Twitch, he would not paywall his videos. He wouldn't. What he would do instead is he would create a whole bunch of different collections and he would let anyone and everyone come in and join in on the fun. All right? That's what Peter would truly do. He wouldn't say, you know what, I'm going to stop crime fighting for a couple months. All right? And I'm just going to let Dr. Octavius and Rhino and Scorpion and Shocker and Electro and Venom and Craven and Doctor Mysterio and Tombstone and Taskmaster and Stagron and the Lizard. I'm gonna just let all those people just run amok all over New York City because I gotta go ahead and make sure I got enough money to pay for my rent for my apartment. Well, we know what Spider-Man did. Spider-Man actually said, no, I'm just gonna go ahead, take the L on having a roof over my head, and I'm just gonna hang out with my aunt, and I'm just gonna go to where she works, and she's gonna let me crash on her couch in her office. And to be quite honest, bro, I'm not above doing that either. Okay? I'm not above doing that either. I feel like this is just a big test. It's like, will you do the Spider-Man thing, or are you just gonna sell out? And I'm like, I don't want to sell out. I don't want to do that. You know? Like, my heart is not there for that. I can't bring myself to do it. Honestly, I can't bring myself to get to that place where I paywall my videos. I just can't. I just don't have the heart to do that. I just feel like, you know, for anyone who might take a positive lesson from here, it's just worth it. You know, it's just worth it. Cause that's my hope. That's my hope, guys. That's my prayer. That's my wish. If anyone takes anything good from this, that's all. If you end up doing something positive, becoming, you know, like a huge person in society, and you have the power to do the right thing, I hope that you can take this as a lesson and say, you know what, I'm gonna do the right thing too. I have a lot of power, and so I'm gonna do what Salsa and what Peter Parker and what Jesus Christ have all been doing, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do the right thing too. I'm gonna say F it to all the self-servingness, okay? Because that's just how it is. I don't want to sell out, man. Even if that means I get evicted the same way Peter did. I'm actually in a position where that might happen. That might happen. That might happen to me, but you know what? I have faith. I have faith it'll work out, man. You know, I just have to go along with it, go along with the ride. You know, I read a verse in the Bible that says, as long as you're willing to work, you will eat. If you're not willing to work, then you shouldn't expect to eat. So anyways,
Spider-Man, from what I can tell,
yeah.
creatures that exist in
So, you know, that's
together down their
definitely
own.
some philosophy of the channel. Okay? Peter has provided me with a lot of
They're clumped together,
inspiration
but not
here.
so many they can't be dealt with.
That's why I'm just gonna keep doing what I gotta do. Anyways, so yeah. Um, this is legit awesome. I don't know. I can't help but to be like super enthused. Like, I really adore this game. This is the best. Uh, I've heard people's sentiments about, you know, playing one game for the rest of your life. But honestly, I accept how awesome this game is for me and to me and for me, and I can't even complain, man. You know what I mean? This game, I can see myself sinking in a lot more time into it. You know, a lot more time. At least into the time of like the Spider-Man universe, you know? So now, you know, I have been thinking, you know, there are some other games, superhero games, but to be honest, Spider-Man is gonna be my go-to. If I ever, just like Fallout 4, I was trying to play Fallout 4 for a bit, guys. I have a collection somewhere around
Nice
here.
work. Things are hard enough
I ended up doing like
to
a X-Men
giant
theme
graveyard.
playthrough. But to be quite honest, Spider-Man takes care of me. Okay? This game takes care of me. This game loads well. It plays well. I have no complaints. I don't need to be playing other games. So at the end of the day, if I'm ever just like at a loss for what to do, I'm just gonna be playing Spider-Man. That's really what I'm doing. Like that's how it's gonna be over here, you know? So that's just how I do it. So honestly, we just out here playing Spider-Man, and I'm just doing my best to help Spider-Man fulfill his goal. You know, that's why I call myself Spider-Man's assistant. I'm just Spider-Man's assistant, y'all. You know, I can relate to the dude a lot, but at the end of the day, you know, Spider-Man doing what he needs to do, and I'm just his assistant. We just roll him up, guys. We just roll him up here. We just roll around, rolling them down. But you gotta think, every person, every guy I put down, they made a choice, right? We all have a choice. They made a choice. Fundamentally, they made a choice to try to, impose their own kind of martial law on this apartment block. And so every person I put down is just helping to avert a potential terrible interaction of abuse that these guys might do on one of these tenants in these apartment buildings. So I'm just hoping that by taking out tens of thousands of these people, maybe it will inspire other people to make the right decision and say, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna join, a fraternity of escaped convicts. I think I'm gonna actually go legit. I'm gonna go legit. I'm gonna make some legit money. All right. And I'm not gonna use violence and intimidation as a means of getting what I want. You know why? Because Spider-Man's out here and he's willing to be homeless so that way all these criminals are stopped. He's willing to go homeless to protect all these people in these apartment buildings. People that Spider-Man's never gonna meet. Spider-Man's never gonna know them, and no one's gonna know who Spider-Man is. And Spider-Man's still out here. He's saying, look, I'm not gonna let these people out here who are just trying to live quietly in these apartment buildings get terrorized, get assaulted, because that's really a big fear. I mean, come on, dude. Just innocent animals, children, pets, women, guys who are just introverts. They just trying to play Spider-Man inside their apartment, and then these convicts breaking in, beating them up for no good reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why that's why I feel compelled. That's why I feel compelled to do this. Okay, I could be doing almost anything. I have a college degree. I have a clean record. I could pretty much go anywhere, do anything I want. And yet, in my heart, I'm just like, what I want to do is offer good examples and good energies to the world. And, the way I can do that in a safe way is just do it as a channel that I don't even promote. I don't even have a Twitter right now. I don't got a Facebook. I don't do social media, guys. I'm just trying to do Twitch and YouTube. I'm just trying to do like bare minimum. But now it's like, I'm good with that because I'm not trying to put myself out there for the accolades, for the validation. That has never been what this is about. You know what I mean? That's just not what this whole exercise and this channel and this work that I'm doing is not for validation, guys. I could care less, you know, if someone witnesses me. What I do care is if someone took some positivity from this and said, you know what, this is what it means to try and do your best and be as close to virtuous as possible. You know, like I'm just telling you, like, you know, it's like one of those things. Do no harm. Do no harm. You know, like if you don't like somebody, you know what, just respectfully coexist. But hey, you don't gotta be around that situation. It's like, you know, it's like if it, especially like, look, if you trying to do something and then people don't want you around, you know, as respect, you know what, just say fine. And then, you know what, just take your awesome positive energy and put it somewhere else.
Spider-Man, from what I can tell, factions that existed within Rikers have stayed together now that they're out.
Yeah. Juanita.
Works to our advantage. They're clumped together, but not so many they can't
Oh,
deal with.
oops. Anyways, guys, what are we doing? Oh yeah, yeah. I think after this round, we're gonna go to another spot, okay? So let's just make sure we protect everyone, put everyone down that needs to be put timed out here. Guys, I don't know why. I don't know what has driven you to choose this path, but you know what? I'm gonna hope that maybe this timeout that I'm serving each and every one of you guys is gonna help bring you to a better place in your life. You know, that's my hope for you guys. That's my hope for you guys. Ooh, I got hit twice by these missiles. Guys, you know how much that burns? It's not a good feeling, guys. Okay, I barely have eyebrows. 'Cause they keep burning off. Oh man. Alright, so we're gonna finish this up and then we're gonna go to the next spot. I do acknowledge that that thing says Devil's Deus, but that's not what we're trying to do here, guys. Remember, Jesus Christ is the answer. Don't follow the devil. Don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Not worth it. It's not. It's not worth it. I promise. Promise. Don't follow the devil. Don't do it. Okay, devil's not good. Devil's not gonna help you out. Okay, devil don't care about you. Devil might serve you with some money, but devil's not gonna serve you with happiness. You know. All right, so let's find the next spot. Let's go. Ooh, let's go here. It's not bad. Let's go that way. Okay. So. Yeah. You know what? It'd be cool to see some more art around. You know what I mean? I know there's like a few murals and stuff, but really, you know, it'd be cool to see some more art. I know it wouldn't be realistic, but I mean, I don't really care about realism. We're playing fantasies here, guys. Oh, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh, oh. Come on, guys. I know there's 3 guys in the car. I've looked at other players. I've looked at other game players, and I've noticed that sometimes they don't use spider sense. And for anyone playing the game and just trying to, learn how to play the game, some tips I would provide is just go for your spider sense. Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna know how many people are in the car. And if you know how many people are in the car, you're not gonna get surprised by where they come out from, so then you can like basically stop them from hurtling down the road and potentially like running somebody over. So you want to use your spider sense. Okay, we were given spider sense, guys, for a reason, and that's so that way we can try to take out these crazy car motorist guys sooner rather than later. Okay, so use your spider sense. Just quickly use it, see how many people are in the car, and then, from there, you know how many people to expect. Like I said, I was watching. Oh wow, I was watching people do these car chases and stuff. They don't use the spider sense, and then what ends up happening is they end up getting shot. They end up getting shot because they don't know how many people are in the car, so they just kind of hoping that it's not like a full car of 4 people, and they don't know what side is gonna, what side they're gonna come out from. So instead of that, just use the spider sense because that's what it's for. But yeah, sorry if I'm just repeating myself over and over, guys. Just let you know. That's that's how it works. Spider sense, that's how it works, guys. Yay, this right here, guys. Memories, brings me memories. This arena, this is the first ever combat zone that you get to play in the game. So I remember playing Spider-Man on the PS4 for the first time and playing the game, and wow, when I got to this zone here, I was over the moon, bro, over the moon. I was like, no way. And this has been so fun. In the Amazing Spider-Man 2, there is a sort of combat arena, but they don't put it like in an open world sense. So you're fighting like in a room that's kind of, it's like a void. You're fighting in the void basically. And trust me, it's not as good. It's not as open as looking and witnessing the city while you're taking people out. It just feels better. It feels more natural to like what Marvel's superhero stuff is all about. It's like, it's like the issues that you deal with and the conflicts that you run across do more with the larger external world in general and not just private. Like, you know what I mean? Like every hero has a social structure to them. They're all socially connected in some way, shape, or form. You know, otherwise, if they were private, they wouldn't have their own magazine, would they? They wouldn't be a known hero. They would literally just be hiding in the shadows, hiding off on the side of the stage and just kind of like existing. They can't help but to just keep existing, but they're just not sharing their energies with anybody else. So you know, yeah, Marvel characters have to deal with more worldly issues. So that's just how this whole thing works. So to have Spider-Man finally come out to the larger world, you know, through the use of like really creative, you know, technologies and a really amazing team at Insomniac. I gotta say, those people are amazing out there. I'm so happy I grew up with Insomniac games, you know? Like as a kid, I was just all about playing Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank was like my game, dude. As a kid, that's what I played all the time. After I did my homework, and sometimes even before I did my homework, I would just play Ratchet and Clank. I would use the Rhino. The Rhino was like a was like an acronym for like this really funny gun. It was like the most powerful gun, but it cost like 1,000,000 bolts and stuff. It was like, oh, Ratchet and Clank. Good times, man. Good times. Yeah. So
And someone
I'm
finally
just
reported
so
shots fired, bringing out
grateful
officers
that
inbound.
Insomniac has just kind of kept doing what they've been doing and doing the right thing, you know? Like I've been looking at, you know, YouTube videos and stuff. You know, I do have a YouTube channel, so it's hooked up here, guys, if you want to look out my uploads there. But basically, you know, I look at video game news and stuff, and honestly, like one sentiment I see that a lot of people have now is that look, they're like a lot of game companies have gone down, right? A lot of them have just really forgotten what it means to make a good game, a game that's, you know, actually something people like and are inspired by. Like I just heard about like the Saints Row game failing, and then there was Anthem that failed, and there was you know, like man, Cyberpunk that wasn't very well received, all that stuff, right? And one thing I noticed was that when people talked about game companies that still inspired them and that still gave them hope that the industry itself is not all going to become pay to win, NFT stuff and everything, people still have a lot of hope for Insomniac coming through, bro. Like Insomniac, they're the underdogs. They were the underdogs, and now they came out with an amazing, amazing game experience. And I feel like honestly, like it's really cool
Spider-Man,
that so many people
illegal
they
firearms
look at a
trade
lot of
and
other game
long-range
companies and they
gun
see how like other game companies are treating their people. But Insomniac, most people still share a positive sentiment for Insomniac. And to be quite honest, like I'm very, very like happy that the good people that work at Insomniac and have, you know, brought a lot of good memories to my childhood are still seen as the good guys. You know, where a lot of other companies have just kind of sold out, you know, but Insomniac hasn't, you know. So I'm just really happy about that, you know. It's like people are like, you know what? Yeah, GTA 5's got all those shark cars and you know all this and Saints Row and you know no one really likes EA and all that stuff and but nope, Insomniac, everyone's like, yeah, they made the best superhero game ever. They made the best superhero game ever. May they continue to help and inspire everyone in the every hobbyist, every enthusiast of video games. May they continue to do the good stuff that give everyone some semblance of hope that the future is not all all bad. You know, there are exceptions. My fingers crossed, man.
and
My
someone
fingers are
finally
crossed.
reported shots fired,
You
bringing
know,
out officers inbound.
it's like my fingers are crossed Like no heroes, no heroes, no fake heroes. Only real heroes here. Only the realists. Only the realist heroes allowed. So so yeah. Dude, oh no, he's I'm so sorry. I don't mean to bully anybody, really. It's just I can't help but to notice that apparently people are just shaking uncontrollably if I'm just like standing behind them. Oh man. Hey, you found anyone? Oh, oops. Yeah, so I'm looking at the binoculars. So, I was like, huh, I wonder if you found Spider-Man yet. Oh man, okay, okay, okay. Hey, I'm here. Woo. Oh man. uh, hey, all right. So, guys, for Spider-Man 2, right? Let's talk. Let's talk about some theories, right? Look, Venom is totally confirmed, right? Now, the voice in the trailer is said to be Kraven the Hunter, but that could be anyone, right? That could be any Spider-Man villain. Could be Doctor Mysterio, you know, could be almost anybody, right? But for sure Venom is confirmed. So with that, I mean, I mean, with Venom being in, and then you also have Miles was featured there. So a lot of people were saying, well, it would be awesome if you could switch between the characters. And let me tell you something. In my experience with Ratchet and Clank, right? So in Ratchet and Clank, you would play Ratchet, who was the Lombax, right? He was like the guy who held all the guns, and he was basically the last of his species. And then he ended up finding a friend called Clank, and Clank was basically a manufactured robotic intelligence, but he was made defectively. So basically, Clank was an accident in the factory because the factory was making super soldier large tank-like robots, and Clank ended up coming out um, smart, very intelligent, but he didn't have a larger build, like tank-like build. He was just a smaller, frailer robot. And in the first game,
And
you
someone
know, you
finally got one
play
shot
a
at finding
story
the
of them
robot.
kind of coming together and meeting.
Good work.
And then as the trilogy, as the story of Ratchet and Clank progressed, you would start seeing both of them play their own separate parts in the story, right? So Ratchet would have his own parts where he would have to traverse by himself, and Clank would. So there is a trend there where, you know, Insomniac has made it so that you could play different characters in one game, which is very, very tricky to do because you have to balance two different play styles. So they basically balanced Clank and Ratchet as being playable solo in their own solo segments. So Peter Parker and Miles Morales having their own solo segments, just like how you can kind of play Miles Morales and Mary Jane before they, have any powers in their own separate segments. I'm hoping, and who knows, it could be just a random theory, but optimistically, having the ability to play both Peter or Miles and have the ability to change between them would be amazingly cool. To have the ability to play as either Peter or Miles. Like let's say basically I'd be doing what I do now, right? Like playing Peter. But I could then switch to Miles. And then I could use all of Miles's mechanics. And then let's say, okay, I'm done playing Miles. Let's go ahead and play Peter again. I can do that. That would be really cool. That'd be an awesome feature. You know what I mean? So there is a history of Insomniac doing that stuff. Like they like to challenge the, the one play style, one way to play game loop. They like to add multiple different ways of playing and different structures of playing. So very, very excited for the potential of that. Because honestly, being able to place Peter and Miles and play as either of them with their own abilities, but have access to both of their abilities in one game would be awesome. Another thing I'm hoping for is the same amount of arenas. So we have like fist sites here, right? We have demon warehouses. We have Olympus sites. We have the prison outbreaks. We have the Hammerhead hideouts. We have the yeah, we have a lot, right? We have a lot of different areas to just play, right? And do all this cool stuff. And I'm truly hoping that they just double down on that. That would be so fun. Doubling down on the environment. And one thing I was kind of like sad about was that in Miles Morales, they had only two different types of arenas. They had the Roxxon Labs, and they had only 3 Fisk sites. And so I'm truly hoping that, they go with the Spider-Man route for arenas, and they give a lot of different environments. I mean, that would be a really cool bonus to the game, you know what I mean? Like, to have all of these arenas like available in the next game, because I just think that the free flow combat and just playing around is the funnest part, like it's one of the most liberating parts of this game, is just kind of just doing your own thing, like it's like, oh, I want to do this, I want, I want to go up here. Yeah, I'm just angling for this guy. Look at this. Here we go. Just right here. Oh, I shook him, and then we stealthed him. You see that? I made him stagger, but I decided what and when to do it. You know what I mean? It's like an improviser's dream. I can just improvise my way through every fight. It's so good. No fight that I've ever played is ever gonna ever be the same. There will always be variation. The pacing, it's all variable. And so that's why it's like, man, it's so fun. Come here, come here. It's just amazingly fun, man. I'm just overwhelmed by how amazingly fun this game is. It's just really freeing, man. You know, it's just really freeing. So I hope that the same idealism is uh is reflected in the sequel. Now I heard, okay, I heard from some, you know, like a interview that some of the reps, you know, working on Spider-Man 2, I heard that the story is gonna be even darker than the first one. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, yo, Peter already lost his uncle. He lost his aunt. Miles lost his dad, and he lost his girlfriend. How much darker could this story get? And I'm just thinking, whoa, do they do it? Do they make it so that Mary Jane is a victim and she perishes too? I would be so bummed for Peter. It's like he loses his aunt, his uncle, and his girlfriend. He loses everybody. I'm like, because I don't know what else could make the story darker than that. The only thing that would make, I mean, that for me personally, that is true darkness. That's the only way I can fathom darkness in my life is if I didn't have loving relationships available in my life. Or if I had those loving relationships, but I ended up losing them. And the thing is that when you love someone, truly love someone, you can't replace them. They're irreplaceable. If you truly love someone, you couldn't see yourself with anyone else. You couldn't replace that person and what role they played in your life. You know? So, for me, like they say the story's even darker, I'm like, okay, well, if the only way it's gonna really be dark is if Miles loses his mom and his friend, and Peter loses his girlfriend, and then Peter and Miles end up like, you know, one of them gets like beholden to the symbiote power, and they end up going down a self-serving path, and so they end up losing their cooperation together. So they break up, they split up. They're both two different Spider-Mans, but they have different philosophies, you know, because of all of the darkness that surrounded them, like, you know, like, and so I'm not sure how what they're gonna do, but man, it's just this first game is so intensely dark. I mean, really, a lot of good people will get hurt. I mean, there was even a pandemic. I mean, technically, the disease, the Devil's Breath, got released in this game, and this game came out 2 years before the 2020 coronavirus stuff came out, and it's like how much of a foreshadowing is this gonna be? So in the second game, I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? But from what I heard, apparently the story's gonna be darker. And I don't know, man. I can't take, my heart can't take it, guys. If Peter ends up losing his girlfriend, if Miles loses his mom, I just don't know. It's just too intense, bro. It's just too intense. I'm sorry, guys. It's just, that's just too intense. I'm just, oh man, I just don't, I don't know what they're, I don't know where to go from here, right? I mean, I don't know where to go. You know? I'm sorry, guys. I'm making myself upset, and I'm really sorry. I don't mean to bring anyone down. Oh man, just contemplating reality and the starkness that some people, and it's like that's why I truly can't judge anyone. It's like if you guys end up joining a gang, because you know, bad stuff. You lost everything. Like you just lost the loving connections in your life, and you just can't see yourself being vulnerable to anyone anymore. And so you just don't have any desire to be a good person. I can't judge you for going down that path, but I hope that you find the light that you need to find so you can find justification to not be that way and terrorize people and continue to perpetuate the cycle of violence that plagues so many people, you know? I feel like all it takes is one person who, like Destiny, I think Destiny, because Jesus is real, I feel like there is some sort of, destiny that most people have to follow. There is like, I mean, I'm sure there's like a few variations here and there, but for the most part, I'm sure like, everyone's got a certain life path that is feasible for them, right? And so it just takes one person to forego all the negative
Enemy reported shots fired. Got officers
possibilities
inbound.
that their life could have taken, and despite all these bad things happening to them, they elect to do the right thing and live out one of the more positive eventualities of what their life could manifest itself as, you know? So who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But if Spider-Man 2 is darker story-wise, I don't even know. Like what's gonna happen is like, is there gonna be a symbiote invasion, and all these good people are gonna get consumed by the symbiote? Because technically, the reason why it's not good to trust Venom and the symbiote is because what happens is Venom leeches from your body. It uses your body and eats your internal organs to sustain itself. So when Spider-Man was, wearing the symbiote in the Raimi trilogy in Spider-Man 3, what was happening was Peter Parker was being eaten alive. Yeah, he had more power. Like he was stronger, his symbiote power allowed him to have even greater strength
Spider-Man. Turns out we
and
have
aggression,
lethal firearms
but
here.
the cost was
Restock
that
munitions for
his
that site.
body was being eaten alive from the inside out, you know? So honestly, that's why I think it's not a good thing to wear the symbiote, because you're not yourself when you're the symbiote. The symbiote basically alienates your personality. Peter's becoming an alien to his aunt, to his girlfriend, to all of his working relationships. In the Raimi trilogy, in the Raimi movie, he ends up like really becoming a darker shadow of himself. And then it's finally he wakes up, he goes to church, right? And he basically like dings the bell, and he forces the symbiote off of him. And as he's doing that, Eddie Brock has also gone to the same church, right? But Eddie Brock is going away from the light. He literally prays for God to kill Peter Parker. And so what ends up happening is Peter sheds the dark symbiote from his life, and Eddie Brock gets forced. He basically gets forced into accepting the symbiote. The symbiote basically forces himself onto Eddie
Enemy
Brock.
reported shots fired, so I've got
And
officers inbound.
so,
Good work.
it's like one of those things, guys. Never pray to Jesus to for harm for someone else. Because he who forsakes goodness and takes goodness, like, look, there's a difference. So, you know how people take God's name in vain? You know, as an example, they say, oh, you know, like, I'm not trying to take God's name in vain. I'm just gonna clarify that. But when people say, oh my God, you know, and they say like God's name in vain, God, you know, God will, you know, if you, you know, ask for forgiveness and repent and you try your best to clean your language and to give respect to Jesus that Jesus deserves, you can get forgiven, right? There is salvation for you. But in the Bible, it says if you forsake goodness, not God, like if you use God's name in vain, that's whatever. But he says if you forsake goodness in itself, like anyone, anything who's just trying to be good, like truly, purely good, God, that is not something you that can be forgiven. So in a way, it's like the example is just if you try to pray to God that God harms someone, you are literally praying and forsaking goodness. You're trying to say, I just want God, who is the most benevolent and loving God and the most humble God and the most powerful God. You are basically asking God to forsake his own goodness to harm someone else. So I think I mentioned I've only seen that example happen twice. It was in two movies. There was one movie called This Is the End, where there was this guy who prayed that God would hurt another person during the apocalypse. And then there was, you know, Eddie Brock who prayed to God that Jesus would hurt Peter Parker. And so both times, both of those people end up getting absorbed by like an evil force. So in the This Is the End movie, the devil ends up coming and like possessing the guy who prayed to God to for harming someone. And then in Spider-Man 3, Eddie Brock gets absorbed by the symbiote when he prayed to God to for Peter to get hurt. So you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, it's a big deal and you just don't want to go there. Um, so I don't know though, guys. I just, you know, I thought talking about Spider-Man 2 would be fun, but now that I'm kind of recalling that they said the story was going to be darker, it kind of makes me kind of scared to know what the next story plot is going to revolve around, because how much more can these heroes lose? Honestly, how much more can they lose? My heart goes out to these guys because Peter, despite losing his aunt to the Devil's Breath virus and already losing his uncle, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what would happen if Peter ended up losing something else. Like, if he ended up like losing the only thing he had left, which was his girlfriend. Like, imagine like the symbiote invasion, like Venom just like uses his teeth and just eats Mary Jane and like absorbs her and just like destroys her and like makes her into a husk, and then she's like gone, you know? Like, that's so scary to think that, you know, like there could be a symbiote invasion. These symbiotes, they just end up like mutating all these people, and then Mary Jane, she's just trying to work, and then, you know, like her and Peter are together, but then like, you know, Peter's doing something, and then the aliens just end up like, you know, just taking another big part of Peter's soul. You know? Can't. Oh man. And I know it's like it's a big deal, man. For at least me personally, I just I feel like I just, you know, I don't have a lot of connections, but the connections I have are just so fundamental to how I live and who my identity is that I would just be like so like different if I ended up losing a piece of my soul because you know like my the love I experienced from my parents and stuff that's how I feel, you know, everything's good. And so, you know, I feel like my soul would be fundamentally different if I just
Turns out he
lost
busted 4 illegal
all
geo
of them, you
rotations
know?
within a 3-block radius of that site.
Because I put so much of my heart into praying for their wellness, you know? So, besides besides the story, guys, because I don't want to talk about the story anymore. I don't want to talk about what potentially could be waiting for Peter and Miles in the next story chunk of the game. But gameplay wise, okay? Gameplay wise, I would be so stoked if we could have additional variation in like tricks. I'd love to see more tricks, you know? So like tricks, yo, air tricks. I could love some more air tricks. You know what I mean? Air tricks are legit really good. So I'm down to see more air tricks. Um, you know, oh, traversal wise, I think they got it down. I don't even know what could be improved in terms of traversal. Like the way, look, the way we just cut, like the way you can just work with Spider-Man. I mean, look at that. It's just, look at that. I'm doing air tricks right now. I'm just like zipping around. It's just really fun, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at that. It's just so good. You know what I mean? So like, I don't even know what could be better than this. You know what I'm saying? So, I just, like I said, this game takes care of me, guys. It really does. So I just can't help but to say, you know, this game is like de facto like my go-to. It's just the best. I just can't even, I, you know, I don't know, guys. I know I'm kind of dumb. You know, it's like, well, Salsa, you haven't even played all the other games out there. But I'm just like, look, I don't even care to play all those games. Why do I need to play every single game when I have been lucky enough to find a game that truly works so well with me? Feels like it's a game I'm supposed to be playing. And I just can't help but to feel so much goodness when I play it. Why do I even need to worry about the grass is greener syndrome? That's a fallacy, guys, okay? Unless your grass is truly, truly trying to like eat you. If the grass you're looking at is literally a tar pit and it's got like poisonous flowers everywhere, and it wasn't like that when you first were there, there's a really good chance that you're just putting a weird negative problem in your own mind, and it's a self-serving problem. And I think it goes to the heart of what greed is, guys, because those who are greedy and never satisfied will never find peace. They will never find peace. their heart will never feel fulfilled. They will never feel comfortable in their life. They will literally be on a perpetual endless cycle of self-induced struggle because your mind just hasn't given you that peace and calm yet because you're worried about there being something better out there. You know what I mean? It's it's not a good way to be. It's not, and I struggle with that. In my
And
20s,
someone finally
I
reported
thought
shots
what would
fired,
make
so I
me
got off to
happy
sort this
is
out.
a ton of money or finding like a good job that netted me a ton of money, right? And that's not what's gonna make you happy. Like, granted, I never found a job that gave me money, but that wasn't what I needed to find in order to be happy. I found that the best way to be happy is to appreciate the things that have come to me through no cost of my own, that I was granted and blessed with. So I don't have that, gotta play other games syndrome. Other games might be better syndrome. This is hands down the best game for me, and I that is my final answer. You know what I mean? It's my final answer. So anyways,
Spider-Man, turns out we busted 4 illegal firearms dealers within a 3-block radius of that site.
like I said before, guys, this game de facto the best thing for me. I don't need any other games. You know what I mean? So in terms of variety, I just don't think you're gonna find much variety here. I think we're just a strictly Spider-Man centric channel here. We're just gonna play Spider-Man the whole time, and that's just how it's gonna be. Mm, that's just Spider-Man. That's Spider-Man for you, you know? You just gotta work with what you got. So, so what I was saying though is like, really, if you haven't found and experienced a game that you would happily play over and over again, I hope that you end up finding that for you guys, you know? I hope you find that. I know for me, Spider-Man has fulfilled that role in my life. I'm not really one that was ever really into playing Grand Theft Auto. I played San Andreas. I played as a kid when San Andreas came out. My brother got Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and so we would play, and there was even like a co-op thing in that game. So we played co-op together.
And
But
someone finally reported shots fired, so I've got officers
honestly
dispatched.
though, I was never one who was like into GTA. I never really played any of that stuff. Call of Duty, my first Call of Duty game was Modern Warfare, the OG Modern Warfare 2. And to be quite honest, I don't really profoundly remember too much about that game. I remember I was playing online on the PlayStation 3, and then I was playing, and then some guy, like, another guy, I was a kid, I was kind of like a teenager, and then another guy, he talked to me, and then we ended up like joining like a faction, like a group or a crew. And I remember like trying out and just like playing and just like and we would just like play like a like a 2-on-2, and they let me join their crew and stuff, right? But honestly, I just never really stuck with that game because I don't know, it didn't really like capture my imagination. I remember playing the story mode though. I finished the story, but I never really stuck with like playing the game, like playing online and stuff. So I don't know, shooters aren't really my thing. I didn't grow up playing like too many military shooters and stuff. I did play SOCOM, US Navy SEALs combined assault, and that was a good game. I like that. But in that game, it was like third person. You could go prone. You could crouch. You could like stealth. So you had like night vision, and then you would like go on a. You would have your own raft, and then you would have to take your own rations and stuff. And then like I remember, like you would just like sneak in the dead of night, go into this hut, and then just like take out this commander. But even more than that, you could arrest people. You could actually like flashbang a room, right? And then you could actually arrest a person in the game, dude. You could like basically like melee them, right? And then you could like arrest them. You could like, you literally, the animations were all there. You put them on the ground, you arrest them, and you like zip tie their hands, and then they can't, they're incapacitated. Bro, that was the best. I remember me and my brother, we were playing that stuff all the time. And I remember I loved that. I loved that game. Like loved it. I remember there was one part where you had to like infiltrate, like it was like a president's compound, and you just like got in there, and then you had to arrest the president, right? Man, that was so fun. You had to like, oh, it was so good. It was legit. It was legit. It was legit a fun game. I remember that. Oh, so fun, because you could literally do anything. It was like, Modern Warfare is good. Don't get me wrong, Call of Duty's good. It's just that, SOCOM was really, really awesome. But I remember like after the PS2 version, there was another version that came out for the PS3, and they like basically took out all the mechanics, bro. They took out all the mechanics. You couldn't arrest anybody anymore. And I was playing online, but the connectivity was really bad because it was PS3 era, so internet wasn't all that good. And like it was just not the same game. So I ended up falling out with that too.
We had this guy once. He decided to stop off for a drink on the way to a delivery. That was
So yeah, I definitely had my fair share of like good experiences with like military tactical shooters. I mean, even now, like when I was playing Fallout 4, and you'll notice, and I explained it there, I ended up finding some mods that add more tactical combat mechanics. So there was like a mod that added a lean feature, so you could like peek corners by leaning. You could also combat roll, so you would like peek corners, you would combat roll, and all that good stuff. And I really like that stuff, honestly. I like the idea of being able to have the choice of, killing someone or having to put someone down or arresting them. You know what I mean? I feel like that's something that most games they don't do no more. Like in Call of Duty, you have to kill everybody. You can't just arrest people. They won't let you arrest anybody. So, you're forced to kill every time. That's just not really my thing. I don't like doing all that. I'm sorry if, to anyone who does like that, that's fine, bro. Like no shade on you for liking that stuff. I'm not even trying to say nothing. I'm just saying, like, me personally, I grew up where I never really thought to like enjoy that type of mechanic, you know. So let me see. So I play Call of Duty. I played SOCOM. I prefer SOCOM more, like old SOCOM. I prefer old SOCOM more. And then we're talking like PS3, right? PS3. Oh, the Mass Effect trilogy. I remember playing that on PS3, and I remember playing online, bro. Mass Effect 3 on the PS3. Now, the story with that is a little convoluted, bro, cuz look, check it out. Mass Effect 1 was PC only for a while, right? And then Mass Effect 2 came out for Xbox 360, right? And then I remember you needed 2 discs to play that game on the Xbox 360. I had a PS3, my brother had an Xbox 360, right? I remember getting Mass Effect 2. I remember reading an article where the person, it was like one of the developers or whatever of Mass Effect, and they said Mass Effect 2 is never coming to the PS3. Never, right? If you want to play Mass Effect, you gotta get it on the Xbox 360. It's never coming to PS3. So I read that and I remember, man, so
Good work.
I didn't have a PC, and I never thought to play on computer before, you know, because I like in my family we didn't get we had a family laptop, and that was just family laptop. No one had their own computer. I didn't have my own computer until after I graduated high school, and my parents they bought me a laptop for school. Um, so anyways, so check it. So they said Xbox 360, that's the only way you play. So I got it. And at that point, my brother, he didn't really want me playing on his Xbox 360. So I was like, all right. So when he was not home, right? When he was doing like something, I don't even remember what he was doing. But when he wasn't around, I would go onto his Xbox 360 in the sala, and I would try to play Mass Effect 2, right? And I remember I was like trying to play the game, and the game was good. I actually liked it. And then what ended up happening was my cousins, like my auntie from my mom's side, like my 2 cousins, both girls, they were hanging out with my sister, and I was just playing in the living room, right in the sala. And I remember telling them, hey, like, if it comes up or whatever, don't tell my brother that I was playing on, in the living room. And you know what my cousins did? As soon as my brother walked in the door, and my brother's younger than me, so he was obviously like out doing the school thing. He was in band and stuff, so he had like practice after school. So when he would come back from like band practice, my cousins snitched on me. They snitched on me, yo. And that ended up causing a big fight between my brother and me. And so I never got to finish Mass Effect 2. I never got to finish Mass Effect 2. At that point. So it was kind of messed up. And but years later, the Mass Effect trilogy ended up coming out for the PlayStation 3. And so I picked that up, and I wasn't very happy with the people who told me, the developers and stuff, who were quoted saying it was never going to be ported to like PlayStation, because like I would have just not have gotten it, and I would have just waited till it came out for the PlayStation 3, and then it would have saved some trouble. But anyways, I did the trilogy, and I remember playing online, bro. Ah, so fun. It was so fun. And then me and my brother played online. But the thing is that my my brother, he's a griefer. He's more of a troll. Like he played this game called Mag, right, for the PlayStation, and it was like one of these huge like 200 person multiplayer games. And my brother was one of those guys who would just like troll and team kill and just start fights with his own crew. And so he, you know, like when we were playing Mass Effect, he would basically do the same thing. He would like find out ways to
Reported shots
like
fired, so I
get
got
out of the base parameter rules and like grief people. And so like I don't know, like he's way more trolly than I am. I don't know. I'm kind of just like not much of a troll. I don't really troll people. I don't like trolling. I think trolling's mean. It's not very good spirited. So, but yeah. So anyways, Mass Effect though, when the trilogy came out, I played that, and that was pretty good. I remember like I think the trilogy only it didn't come with Mass Effect 1. It only came with Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, I think. Or no, I think it only came with like Mass Effect 3 or some shit. Basically, you didn't get to play the first game. You only got to pick the big choices. Like there was like an add-on that basically it didn't let you play all three games. It just let you pick what choices you would have made in the first few games. So I played that. That was pretty fun. Played the online game. Mass Effect 3, yeah. I think it was just Mass Effect 3 that came out, and then you would just pick what happened in the first two games, which was fine, honestly, because, you know, Mass Effect was such a cool, novel thing at that time.
Spider-Man. Turns out
And,
illegal firearms.
so check it. After Mass Effect, oh, Fallout 3. I played Fallout 3 so much, and I don't know about you guys, but some people like when they would play with like discs, like CDs and stuff, like the actual game disc. I don't know how, but you know, it would end up being scratched, right? But I never had that problem. I was always really lucky that none of my CDs ever really got scratched. And then like I would always be like wondering how do people end up scratching their CDs like that? Because what I do is whenever I'm done with a game, I put it right back in the case. Like, you know, I honestly like I know this sounds, you know, kind of dumb or like, you know, I'm bragging, and I hope you don't take that as me bragging, but I've always been very lucky that I have a good mindset to take care of stuff. So I usually like things I have usually last for a long time. Like things rarely ever go awry or break around me. That makes sense, you know? Like like truly, I'm so fortunate. Like when I buy something, because you know, I rarely buy stuff, but when I buy stuff, I can expect to have that for
Someone finally reported
years.
shots fired, so I've got off the
Years,
now.
bro.
Good work.
Years. I have things that I've had. Let me see. Years. I have things I have that I've had for 5, 6 years already. You know, I'm using a TV that I've had for over 10 years. Actually, I have this one TV, right? It's over 10 years old, okay? Maybe it's like 15 years old. And just recently, it burnt out a little bit. So now graphics, I can't really see it very clearly. I still use it though. I'm still using it. But I had to like turn the color down so I can make out the words and like pictures and stuff, because otherwise it would throw a whole bunch of random colors that aren't on the screen. But I still use it, bro. I still use that TV. It's over 13 years old. It's like it's basic. It's not an analog TV. It's not one of the bulky analogs, but it's basically like a hybrid between. It's not a smart TV, but it's basically. It's 13 years old. I'm still using it, man. I'm still using it. And so, honestly, like, I'm just so happy that, you know, I get to have things for a long time, you know, very lucky, super, super fortunate. I know not everyone gets to have, like, that much fortune with their things. And, you know, like, it's not like it matters. Like, things truly shouldn't be what you go for anyway. Like, I've been in situations where I've had, like, literally nothing. Like, I've been in situations where hurricanes have come, pulled out part of the a roof of my parents' house, and so there would be a big roof, a big hole in the roof, and no electricity. And I would just, no one else. I mean, my mom ended up moving out, and my dad, he would like go to a friend's house who had electricity, and my brother would hang out with his girlfriend who had electricity and her family. And then my sister, she left, so she moved out, and so it would just be me, right? It would just be me, and it would just be me with no electricity, and just, and then the heat of Florida, because there's a big hole in the roof because of the hurricane. And I was just so chill, honestly. You know, so chill because if you can't just be chill by yourself, then I'm telling you, you're never ever gonna have peace in your life. You gotta be able to be chill. Like, I'm not saying like, be happy that no one's around. I'm saying like all you gotta do is just, I mean, look, I had my access to my family. If I wanted to like talk to them, is that if you can just be okay with no one being around you for a while, then that's how it should be. Now, obviously, at that point and at most points in my life, I didn't have a relationship, so I don't know how that feels to have that kind of thing in my life. But the important thing is that I could do nothing but chill out and vibe and not have any concerns and not need to rely on anyone, because I was very calm and chill by myself. So, it was different. But in my life experience, I've actually experienced not having anyone and just kind of chilling. But what I ended up doing was, like I found my old Game Boy Color, and I was just playing Pokemon Silver. And I was just playing that, and the game was so old that I couldn't save it anymore. So basically, I would just have to play it for as long as I can, and as soon as I turned off the game, I would have to start from the very beginning again. So I just kept doing that, and I did that for a few weeks. I played Pokemon Yellow. That was legit. Pokemon Yellow was awesome. Pokemon Silver, that was my first game. Then I got Pokemon Yellow, and bro, that I was legit. I liked it when the Pokemon followed you, when Pikachu follows you throughout the game world. I wish they let that mechanic stay. Man, that would have been nice if they like kept that mechanic, but nah, they didn't. But honestly, that's what I did during those hurricanes. I just chilled out while it was, and then obviously like my parents, they had insurance because they're smart, and so they had contractors, and I basically just stayed home the whole time while the contractors were working on the roof, and they didn't take that long, honestly. Like they kind of just they were there for a week or two, actually maybe a week, maybe 4 days, and they just fixed the hole in the roof, and that was it. So You know, it wasn't that bad. Like I was without electricity for longer than the contractors were working on the roof. And, you know, I don't know. That's, you know, that's just good fortune, I guess. But yeah, you know, that's how I cope with hurricanes, you know? That's how I cope with
Someone
hurricanes.
finally
That's
reported
for
shots
sure.
fired, so I've got officers
Cope
inbound.
with them.
Good work.
Hurricanes aren't that bad if you take some time to be careful, be safe, you know. They're not that bad. You know, you just gotta, you know, be prepared, be ready, you know. Um, take heed, be careful. Don't go out after the storm. You know what I mean? Like that's a truly important thing. Like after a hurricane, don't go snooping around the neighborhood and stuff. You're gonna end up putting yourself in a bad position, you know? Like people are gonna be tense outside. They're gonna be like super antsy. They're like, why are you walking around? This road is flooded out. There's a down power line. Why are you around here? You know, people are gonna be like real suspicious. So don't you know, don't put yourself in harm's way. If you can avoid going out and you know you could just stay safe inside, do it. Even if there's a huge hole in your roof, try not to go outside. Try not to. You know, try not to. Because I'm telling you, like, you know, as long as you can take care of like your, you know, like your survival needs, it's not worth getting yourself mixed up in other people's dramas. Because because honestly, like survival mode, once you got the basics down, that just becomes an easy process. But what complicates stuff and what really makes stuff difficult is when you start adding people's dramas.
Firearms dealers with
Because
serious
now it's not
contracts.
survival. Now you gotta worry about people doing the wrong thing just because they can, dude. Like people hurting you just because they have the choice to. And it's like you don't want someone to make to do something bad to you, right? Hurt you permanently, but use you as a stepping stone, as a learning lesson, you know, like so that they could do, you know, like something else. You know what I mean? Like I know it sounds kind of whatever, but here, let me explain. It's like this. It's like imagine someone like someone who, you know, like doesn't care about stuff, really aggressive, really mean. They just don't want to do anything, you know, they just really bad tempered. They don't have much hope or faith in anything. You know, they're just savage, right? Straight savage. And then they end up hurting someone, like an innocent person, right? They end up hurting someone. They end up like discharging a weapon and, you know, like hurting someone, gravely hurting someone, and sending someone to, you know, their funeral. And then years later, this person who didn't care about their life, they end up repenting and they end up praying and apologizing for causing that
And
pain
someone
to
finally
another
reported shots
person and their
fired, so I've
family,
got
right?
officers inbound. Good work.
If you could avoid being that person who gets hurt, that's better. You know what I'm saying? That's a better way because you're not having to be a piece of someone else's life and a stepping stone. Like that person is just gonna have to figure out figure out how to repent and apologize for lesser things. It's like, you know, fine, they didn't hurt that person. They ended up not sending someone to, you know, like an early grave or whatever, you know. And so what ends up happening is they just have to figure out how to deal with their life in another way. Like they ended up not making that grave mistake, and they ended up, they still living like kind of mean and stuff, but they end up not having to ask God to forgive them for hurting someone in that way, because you were very smart and you said, you know what, I'm not trying to involve myself in anyone else's dramas. I'm not, like I understand it's, I definitely understand that it's a really good thing when someone can come to Jesus and repent, but I'd rather not be someone's like pawn or like someone's milestone. Like I'd rather not be someone's like reason for repenting and apologizing and going to find Jesus, right? Especially if what they had to do was like gravely hurt someone or like do something irreparable or irrevocable, and it was permanent, a permanent negative action. You know what I mean? So if you're smart, you're gonna just kind of play it safe, and you're not gonna put yourself in harm's way from someone else. And I'm just giving you an idea of like an example, because that's the best outcome. The worst outcome is you put yourself, you know how to survive, you do the survival stuff, you end up kind of being curious, and you know what happens to curiosity and the cat. Okay, curiosity does bad things to cats sometimes. That's what I heard. And so you end up becoming a victim of someone, and that person never apologizes. They don't care. And so you end up not even providing someone with a reason to repent. They don't care that they hurt you, and they would hurt you every time. So let me ask you, if that's what happens, would it even be worth you putting yourself in danger in the first place? No. It would be way more worth just staying safe, secure, focusing on maintaining a good positive outlook in your life, but not trying to be curious in a way where you might end up getting burnt yourself. You know, you might not have to ever go down that road. No one has to go down that road, and everyone ends up having a better life for it. You know what I mean? Because imagine you played it safe your whole life, right? You played it safe your whole life, and then you end up something awesome and a miracle ends up happening, and like you played it safe. You never put yourself in danger. You never went got to an early grave. You lived to be older, wiser, and then you got to take part in a miraculous event. You got to find good loving relationships in your life, and you got to grow as a person, and then through that life experience um, through that life experience, people that are, that witness that or are basically a result of those loving relationships end up being amazingly important things and facets to like larger positive changes in the larger world. Who knows? So I'm just saying, anything could happen. Anything can happen, guys. But all I'm saying is that, what if you play it safe? Play it safe. You end up causing some awesome, positive, miraculous miracle that wouldn't have happened if you played it dumb your whole life. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, just hold out for hope. You know, hold out for hope. If the worst thing in your life is that you think it's boring, but you're not hurting anyone, what's the harm? Honestly, there are way worse lives out there than just being bored. You know what I mean? Like, like I know in my heart it's like, you know what? I'd rather take a boring life that allowed me to cherish loving relationships in my life, and to have amenities that allowed me to experience good positive things and to, you know, then to spend time pursuing virtue and trying to incorporate virtuous ideas in my life, if the cost of that was that I was living a more of a boring life, but at least in exchange for that, I had, you know, good things in my life. That's that's a worthwhile trade to me. A worthwhile, very worthwhile trade. Super worthwhile. I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up. You know what I mean? A boring but loving life
So I've got
is
officers in
way
position.
better
Good work.
than a risky, dangerous life, but you have no real love and no real sense of like what a deep, profound, loving, long-term life is, you know? Like sometimes it's like, you know, like you can have intense love and that might burn out very, very quickly. So then how could you say an intense love that burns out quickly is stronger than a flame that's stable, consistent, and strong and burns longer? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, don't try to burn quick. Try to burn strong and long, bro.
Because we deliver every time on time. Got it? Who's this?
So, so anyways, guys, all I'm trying to say is that the smarter play is to have the stable play, to be happy regardless, because if you're happy and you're not desperate and you're not burning out fast, you're going to make better decisions. You're not going to be rash. You're not going to be witness to pain. Honestly, I know this sounds the opposite, but really, if you're more moderate, you burn strong and long as opposed to burning intense and quick, you're avoiding the pain because the burnout is really the worst part. You don't want to burn out. Who wants to burn out, guys? Why would anyone want to voluntarily burn out? Burnout means like they just feel like a husk. Their light is gone. Why? You know? You know, and so all I'm saying is that ideally you don't want to burn out. You want to just be consistent, burn strong, burn long, and have duration. You know, because that takes more of an investment, that takes more power. Burning out quickly and intensely is not as powerful as having patience and virtue. Because burning intense means you don't have to care, and not caring means that you're not allowing yourself to be vulnerable. And not allowing yourself to be vulnerable means that, yeah, you can afford to do whatever you want, but guess what? Guess what? The people who have something to lose are the actual harder, stronger people. The people who have something to lose. Because they actually have to think smarter. They have to be smarter. They have to be stronger. People who are not that way and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna live real, you know, crazy and all this and all that and burn real bright. It's like that's the weaker way of living. I remember hearing this saying, it's better to live one day as a lion than 900 years as a lamb. And I'm just saying, in my opinion, honestly, that mentality pretty much says they they really don't care about virtue. They don't care about good. They just care about living like a king for a day than to burn consistently and offer light for 900 years. Imagine if you could offer light for 900 years. Okay? really living like a lion. I mean, honestly, you know what lions go through? I watched a lot of nature documentaries with my dad, and bro, a lion's life ain't all what it's cracked up to be. Okay, a lion's life ain't all that. Honestly, they go through periods of drought and famine. They go through a lot of competition from other lions. You know what I mean? It's not. Yeah, they can intimidate a pack of hyenas, sure, okay, but really, all in all, what is truly the joy except like the lust of power? And a lust of power just means that you're gonna be a void. You're gonna try to absorb others. You're not trying to provide light. You're just trying to absorb. You're trying to be a lion. You're trying to, you know, you're trying to like overpower other things. And some people, especially the people who have the wrong idea in life, feel that one day in which they can live incredibly powerful is worth more than 900 years of providing light and consistency to other people. It's not worth it. It's it was a cycle of like what's actually important. And like I said, one day is one day really worth it where you're just like a lion. One day to live as a lion. What if you're a lion and it's the drought season? What if you end up being a lion but it's drought season? There's no rain, so all the prey animals have moved on because they're trying to follow where the grass is growing. And so all you got to look forward to is looking for some shade and trying to sleep for 24 hours. Because that's all a lion really does. A lion literally just sleeps. Lion doesn't have any real power. If honestly, if the lionesses really wanted to, they could overpower a lion. In fact, sometimes there's been cases where female lions end up like a group of female lions end up foregoing having a male lion. So I'm just like, okay, this one person on Steam is talking about how they'd rather live one day as a lion, but I'm like, you assume it's gonna be all what it's cracked up to be. And remember, that idea is the grass is greener on the other side fallacy. And the grass is not always greener on the other side, guys. It's really not. It's really not. And what you end up losing could fundamentally be something that you will regret losing out on for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. Because you thought you might get, what, 5% more happiness? I mean, really. Like, really, honestly. It's just not a good, worthwhile trade. Like, and I'm telling you, I've come to this conclusion. Okay, I understand what I'm saying, and I'm trying to tell you guys, based on what I've witnessed, it's so much smarter to prefer being a lamb than a lamb for 900 years than a lion for one day. Because you're assuming that a lion gets his way every time. And that's just not the truth. You know? It's just not the truth. You know? With great power comes great responsibility, guys. This is the truth. With great power comes great responsibility. So I just want you guys to know, you shouldn't think that you're missing out on something if you have true loving relationships in your life already. You should be so grateful. Okay, and if you have any extra on top of that, pray, 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 pray all the time that you can accept that blessing, and that you work on being able to work on being deserving of that in your life. You know? And I'm telling you, this is from experience, guys, where every relationship in my life, I don't take it for granted because I don't get that many relationships, you know? So it makes every person I come into contact with more fundamentally important, you know? Makes every interaction more important, you know? I'm just letting you guys know. That's how I've gone about it. So I've come to this. I've come to this idea. Like, I mean, you know, if I didn't, how would I have known about the aphorism, you know? That saying, you know? I think that it's just a misguided grass is greener fallacy. If you are lucky enough to be providing light and provide stability, and let's be honest, guys, everyone needs light. Light is a very important tool. You know, a lion wishes they could have light, especially in the dark. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they? If a lion could live in a house that was nice enough to have a lamp in it, I bet you they wouldn't complain. They'd be like, yeah, this beats living out near the, you know, savannah, very close to the, you know, Sahara Desert. Sahara Desert's just a quick hop and skip away. I think I'm gonna stay put here in this place with this nice lamp. I'm just letting you know.
Someone finally
I'm
reported
just letting you know, from my
It helps
opinion.
me to understand, like,
good work.
how to be helpful and not hindered in emergency situations and things like that. So, like, I love reading and learning about these things, even though initially it makes me cry.
So let's go to the next spot, guys. Man, this is good. I like these talks. I like these talks. I really do. You know, like these talks. All right, let's go. Next one. Next one. All right. So yeah, like I said, guys. Like I said, you know, just taking it easy, being grateful, being considerate. You know, in the face of all pressure, all this pressure, you just gotta hone in on what's important and be like, okay, you know, what pressure, what's a result of pressure? A lot of pressure is diamond, right? Like that's a chemical thing. A lot of pressure. Whoa, jetpacks. Wow. Oh, we got a few of them. Whoa. Oh, Red Rain, huh? You tried me, huh? You tried. Oh, okay, okay. All right, come here, come here. How many more? How many more? How many more? We got one, we got one, we got two. There. Whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Wow, that was awesome. I haven't been ambushed by a jetpack crew in a while. Wow, that was pretty awesome. Anyways, what was I saying, guys? My apologies, honestly. Look, at the end of the day, guys, you know, be considerate, be grateful, stay humble. Stay humble. That's how you get through it. Stay humble, guys. Stay humble. I'm telling you, the best way to be. Humility. Humility gives rise to consideration, and consideration gives rise to contemplation of the importance of good things in your life, which it makes you more questioning of things. It makes you wiser to things, and it makes you not make those mistakes that other people have gone through. It's like, if I could help someone reduce the possibility of making the same kind of mistakes I have, you know, because for me the mistakes I've done have more to do with self-defeating ideologies, more so than, you know, anything else. Because really, your biggest fan or enemy is yourself, you know? is your mentality. Are you going to be grateful and accepting and really boost what you are to its best and peak? Or are you going to allow yourself to be manipulated by fallacies, to think of things that aren't actually true and believe in falsehoods that lower the quality of your life? You know what I mean? Look at that. So this is fun. Look, so I'm Spider-Man with the symbiote, and I got anti-venom. I guess after this, I'll do venom. I'll do venom after this. We'll take care of that right after. Let's see. Whoa, 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 ho, ho, ho.
Oh, no.
Here. Let's get this guy out, and then wait. Nice. Slam. All right. Boom. Oh, I got. Oh, never mind. Let's. Okay, wait. Oh, okay, wait. There we go. Okay. Ah, this is a good spot. I like this spot. It's an open spot here, surrounded by buildings, but you know, it's got a lot of stuff. I think, is this a church right here? I don't know if this is a church or what. Is this a church? I can't tell if this is a church. It looks okay. There's like a clock or something. Let me see. Oh, there's like a clock here. It says 124, 123, 123. No, 212. Is it 212? It's not 212, because it would be to the right of 2. Nah. See, it's definitely not 212, because look, 0, 5, 10, 15. It's increments of 5. That's how you read one of these clocks. But look at this window, the decoration on it. See that? So it's got like a old time, antique, rustic. Look, it's got chandeliers in it. So I don't know. I don't know what this could be. I'm not sure what kind of building this is. It reminds me of a church, but you know, I don't know. All right. Well, oh, you came out here to see me, bro. All right. I'll take care of you. There you go. All right, come on, guys. Oh, hey, what's up, brother? All right, so come here. Oh, whoa. You saw that? Look at that. I like headbutted the dude into the wall. That was awesome. Because the force of me ground pound, I guess, had pushed him with my gadget. So it was like a coordinated move there. Oh man, that's awesome. So what else can I say? Guys, I just want to say, like I said, I don't put too much in my mind. I like to take my time and be considerate with new ideas, and I pray all the time that I'm moving in the right direction, that I'm being inspired to contemplate and do the right things, and to have a good sense of well-being and self, you know. So it's a journey. It's a journey is what it is, really. So we just gotta do our best to live through our journeys, and we have a choice. We definitely have a choice. We can choose to live in a way where we're excited and we are working hard to transform ourselves and live a good journey, have a good life and experience, or you know, we become a self-defeating prophecy and just kind of a loop.
When I wear it, I'm
You know?
I feel like this. Right? And I feel good. How can you get something good? Are you getting
What?
something? Um, well, I know this.
Um.
But like, it'll be
Mm,
interesting because
all right. I know we got some missile launchers here. They're trying to throw a missile at me. All right. Come on now. Anyways. Mm-hmm. What? What? Oh, look at that. I'm like all blue a little bit. Whoa. Okay. Oh yeah.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports of shots fired.
All right. Here we go.
Try to keep it that way.
He can settle in the trash for a bit. Okay. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Nice. And yep. Oh, okay. He was a little electrified there. Oh, whatever. Hey, all right. Oh, missiles. Missiles right there. Okay. Got him. You see that? He wasn't paying attention. He was trying to change position. Oh, no. Woo, no. Okay. You can have that back, guys. Really, I don't need the grenade stuff. Bro, bro, you don't have to be afraid. I'm just trying to ask you to stop. Just please stop. Just stop holding the rocket launcher and stop holding innocent people's lives in danger. Like, you. Alright, you know what? Okay. Forget it. Timeout now. You're on timeout. You obviously didn't drop it. I told you, man. Just drop the thing. I won't punch it. I won't knock you out if you just drop the RPG.
Taking them without collateral
But you
damage.
didn't.
I hope the locals
You
appreciate
kept
it.
holding it. Despite your fear, you weren't that afraid. Because you kept holding the you kept holding the rocket launcher. You kept holding the rocket launcher, bro. Alright. Oh, hey. That was smooth. In this business, we call it a smooth. Yeah, the smooth. What business is that? I don't know. I'm just making it up. Ah, yeah, that's good. That's smooth right there. Oh, that one, that's smooth too. Yeah, you're right. There's gonna be a lot of smoothness for sure. But you know what? If you guys are playing Spider-Man, let's say you're an enthusiast, you like this game, you're playing it, and maybe you've only put in like a couple hours into the game. I put in over 800, but let's say you're putting like a couple hours. You're just trying to see what kind of stuff's out there gameplay wise. I gotta tell you, don't be discouraged, guys. Okay, Spider-Man and all of the facets of the game have taken me a great deal of time and practice to get the hang of. I assure you guys, when I was playing this game and I first started, the flow was a different flow. It was just so different. And I assure you guys, with time, practice, and just going in it to play and have fun, is gonna net you a better way of doing this thing. You know, it's gonna help. It's gonna help you out immensely. And honestly, you know, remember, Spider-Man. It's not about being perfect. Okay, to play Spider-Man and
I'm getting reports
to
of
understand
shots
what
fired.
Spider-Man and who he is to understand that perfection is not the goal, but effort, virtue, and sacrifice is important. That's what you want to go for. That's what you're really after, you know? It's not about perfection. It's not about, you know, feeling like you're doing things perfectly. It's about the idea of effort, of struggle, and finally feeling like that effort was worthwhile, that you were able to help change someone's life for the better. All right, all right. I'm not really too worried about getting dogpiled. Let's go, guys. What do you guys? Come here. All right, who's ready to fight? Oh! You guys, he did it. I didn't throw the grenade. That was your. What what a guy. He's like, you know what, Spider-Man, fine. We can't punch you. We can't take you out. Fine. I'm gonna throw this random grenade in my face and explode everybody here around me too. Like, oh man. That's not the smartest thing, bro. It really isn't. Come here. Alright. Man.
Like if that were me, you know.
Thanks. No way we could have taken them without collateral damage. I hope the
So
locals
yeah,
appreciate you.
man, it's just good. It's just good. It's just good feels here. But it came through a lot of challenge, guys, a lot of tests. You know, like at one point I wasn't even sure. I wasn't even sure, you know, like what it was gonna, what my eventual journey was gonna lead me into, you know. But all I can say is consistency, consistency, you know. Like at one point I thought, you know what, maybe I've, you know, played enough Spider-Man. I've played enough Spider-Man and I truly don't need to produce any more content. I thought that. I really thought that. I was like, you know what? You know, maybe too much content, like what's the use, you know? But I ended up coming to a way better conclusion, you know. It's like all I can do is just work on what I feel like I need to do. And I don't feel I'm quite ready yet to stop. And to be quite honest, I think if I stop streaming, I'd probably just keep playing anyway. Or honestly, I mean, one thing that might take me away from this, and obviously it's just a, you know, like a dream, a thought of mine, is like if I had a true responsibility to someone else and I no longer had the time because I was putting in my effort into something that I felt was more worthwhile and more of a positive development in my life. So, you know, if I could no longer do the Spider-Man thing, you know, it would only be because it would be a much greater reason. Because, like I said, there's no greater pleasure than to help feel like I'm protecting a lot of digital NPCs from being digitally terrorized. You know. So,
Shots fired.
you know, we'll see.
Try to keep
And
it
at some point, you know, at some point I'll probably have to tune down the streaming, you know, because I know realistically I will need a job of some sort. and I don't know if I'm gonna keep this apartment past past when I can afford to. So because of that, what I'm gonna work on instead is probably just figuring out what I can do and curbing my stream time. But to be honest, this, you know, besides having a job and earning some money,
Thanks. No way we could have
as
made this
soon
without
as
the
soon as I'm
railroad.
done with work,
I hope the locals
I promise
appreciate you.
I'm gonna hop right on here. It'll be work, earn the money, and then jump right onto streaming. You know, check out what new mods are available on Nexus Mods, and just get all of these Spider-Man vibes out there into the internets. You know what I mean? So, you know, I don't really see that changing, you know. It's just I probably wouldn't be able to do like all day streams, you know. But, you know, that's because I have a job and stuff. But after work, you know I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna be right here with you guys. We're gonna just keep this going. Obviously, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna also need time to call my parents. But other than that, literally, other than calling my parents and, you know, going to work, all I need, bro, is just a job that nets me enough to stay in this apartment. My parents are really telling me like they really want me to keep this apartment. They say it's one of the best things I've ever done for myself, and they're extremely proud of me for having gotten an apartment. And I'm really trying. I am so trying, and my heart is there. I really do want to keep making my parents proud of me, you know, for being an adult and adulting. But I can't, you know, I tell them all the time, and I wish I had a better answer, but I tell them that nothing's guaranteed in life, you know? Nothing's guaranteed. And so I just can't do anything else besides my best, you know? I just I can't guarantee what's gonna happen. And so all I can do is truly with all my heart just try my best.
I'm getting
But
reports showing
honestly,
fire.
guys, like the streaming life,
Try to keep it that way.
I think I'm on it now, bro. Like I started getting back into streaming right when this game came out in August. This game came out August of 22. And as soon as this thing came out, I was playing it, you know, solo for a while. And then after a while, I was like, you know what? Maybe I could do this. And so, yep. I actually found some motivation to stream again. You know, around that time, like a few months before this game came out, was when I was really doing my best to profoundly work on what I needed to do to get into a better mindset in my life. And you know, because I mean, honestly, when I was working at the wall store, my coworkers were some of the awesomest coworkers ever. You know, they were just like truly like amazingly awesome, and I really enjoyed working there. Um, you know, and so now I'm just trying to, you know, do what I can and continue working on transforming myself so that I can live even better than I did before. You know, bottom of my heart, I want to make my parents proud. You know, I want to do that for them. I want to live well. I want to be an adult. You know, I'm trying, guys. I'm
Thanks.
trying.
No way
I
to
really
finish this
am
without collateral
trying.
damage. I hope the locals appreciate you.
Okay? And like I said, one thing at a time. Find a job that lets me stay comfortable living by myself, right? And then, you know, in between shifts, I stream here and I pour my heart out, and I help Spider-Man out because Spider-Man is the closest thing to a true friend that I have. Like for real. Like I don't have much friends in my life. No one that I can feel like I can count on like that. But Spider-Man, I'm like, hey, Spider-Man, I'm your assistant, bro. I'm more than happy to help. Let's go ahead and let's save some people. Let's let's go over, travel around New York City. Let's hang out. Let's look at the Statue of Liberty. Let's go to Times Square. Let's do it. I haven't gone to New York City in over a decade. Over a decade, guys. I was born there, and then my parents ended up moving us down to Pennsylvania. And then from there, we moved back to New York, and then 9/11 happened, guys. And then from 9/11, we were out. We were out that summer. And
Getting reports of shots fired.
so I went one time
Try to keep it that way.
over 10 years ago. No lie. I think I'm going on 12 years now. Over 12 years since I've been to New York. And honestly, it's all good, man, because it's one of those things, man, where I haven't really desired much, and I just don't know what kind of person I am. So, I mean, I live where I live now because my parents brought me here. My parents brought me around here. So I don't really know what kind of lifestyle I should be living, if that makes sense. And so I'm always open to better opportunities. But like I said, looking for better opportunities does not give me free discretion to put the things I have in my life down that I already have, that I'm fortunate enough to have. So, like whenever I think about something, it's like, okay, is it the grass is green fallacy? Is it something where I'm thinking that I'm missing something, but I already have so much good in my life that I'm actually just being greedy? You know what I mean? So I'm trying to avoid that problem because that's really what's gonna end up like, being the worst being the worst thing for like, being happy. Like if you want to truly be happy, you know, first off, you got to be grateful. You got to be grateful. Happiness is an internal thing, you know? So when I'm thinking, okay, opportunities, what could be better? I just have to be very careful that I'm not that I'm not making a mistake and being greedy, or I'm not like trying to do something that I shouldn't be doing. So that's why I just kind of want to take my time, and so I don't really think about what like I don't have like any real goals. I just try to live well, if that makes sense. Like my goal is to just you know make my parents proud, live well and not harm anyone, and just stay humble. That's all I really can manage to do.
Yeah, you could see that.
Um, what else? What else, guys? um, uh,
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports of shots fired. Try to keep it
So anyways, my journey with Spider-Man has been one where I've just gone through a whole bunch of you know time really considering a lot of good stuff, you know. I mean, you know, trying to avoid taking those shortcuts and just like when I first started playing, I know this sounds dumb, but when I was first playing Spider-Man, I went into an alleyway, right? And I was just practicing how to like walk around, how to run, how to jump over obstacles. like like things that like I wasn't even doing the missions, guys. I wasn't even doing the missions for the longest time. I spent like I'm not even lying, okay? I spent a good 15 hours. Okay, 15 hours not fighting crime, not zipping around buildings. I literally would just go into like alleyways, right?
no way
And
to
I
go
would just like
without
go
calling
to the
off.
end of an alleyway
I hope the
and
local
I would like start aiming. I would just start aiming at stuff and then I would just start practicing how to web zip. I'm telling you guys, there would be a point where I was like literally like I was actually also like testing whether I wanted to play with a controller like you know like a Xbox or PlayStation controller, or if I wanted to use a keyboard mouse, right? So I wasn't even sure what control scheme I wanted, right? And so I discovered that if you try to like switch between a controller and a keyboard, like you actually have like latency. So like let's say you're using a controller and then at the same time you try to switch to a keyboard, like your character will actually lag. And it's not something that they need to fix. It's not a bug. It's just that you're not really supposed to be able to use a controller and a keyboard mouse at the same time. You know? So I remember practicing and just like testing which one I wanted to play with better. So I spent 15 hours not doing anything but just chilling in an alleyway. Like okay, like for example, right here, right? Like literally, I would be right here and I would just like start like running around. I would start aiming. I would like zip to this wall. I would just like literally just practice how to like just the basics, just like right here. It's like this, just basic stuff, you know? So, I mean, you know, that's kind of the commitment I've had to this game. And I'm telling you, I spent 15 hours because I remember I would look on the Steam charts, right? And I saw that I had like 30 hours, and I hadn't even done like the first act of the game. Like I was at like 30 hours, and I hadn't even beaten the game once. I was still in the first act. I'm not kidding. I was at like 20 or 30 hours, and I hadn't even like the first act of the game. So there's like 6 acts, I think, or 3 acts, 4 acts.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports.
I'm telling you, I was like really committed to just
Try to keep it
like just learning the finer details. Just really put my heart into it, honestly. No, it is. So anyways, guys, um, what else? What else do I gotta say? So yeah, I went through so many phases when I was playing this game. I mean, look, 800 hours. Just think about it. 800 hours, and you're a living, human, breathing person. And so, you know, you go through the stage of everything scares you, right? You're just like scared of like doing anything. You can barely figure out how to like walk and
Thanks.
get around
Check
buildings and
without
stuff.
collateral damage. I hope the locals
And
appreciate you.
and then there was a phase where I was getting a little bit more comfortable, but the game was still incredibly difficult, right? I mean, on Ultimate, there's not a lot of room for error. And then, like slowly over time, there was a phase where I just started getting more comfortable modding the game. And so I just started kind of seeing what other people's ideas were about like what the game could use to be more like liberated or like freer or just like funner. And so I started learning what other people felt like in the community through the modding scene. And I mean, so there was a phase there. And now I'm just kind of in a phase of like, okay, so I've probably beaten tens of thousands of NPCs. And I basically, decided I'm just gonna keep doing this till I can't do it anymore. So, and who knows what's gonna make me not be able to do it anymore, but man, I'm just hoping that in the time that I'm still able to do it, that I do it as well and as thoughtfully and as virtuously as I can. So, yeah. All right. Boom. Boom. I landed right on the dude's head. That was awesome.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports of shots fired.
Ain't that just awesome? I want to call that something, but I'm not sure what to call it yet. It's like where you flip a person up, and then like you knock them up a little higher, and then you ground pound down, and they're still suspended in the air, and so and then you jump right up again, and then you catch them as they're falling down. Oh. Nice. So this Venom is actually based on the Raimi movie. So this is Venom from Spider-Man 3, which is actually really cool. There is a Tom Hardy based Venom, the one from the Venom 2018 movie. And then there's another Venom. Someone actually made a Venom based on Spider-Man 2's concept, which is really cool, honestly. But I don't know. I feel like this Venom's pretty good, and I don't really need too many Venoms. I had gotten to a point where I had like 78 suits added, and the problem was that the game can only handle so many extra suits. So I had to basically drop all of the extra suits. So I only took one Venom suit. And so I'm slowly building up my collection again, but being super picky about what suits I add now. Come on. Oh, there. Okay. Probably. No. Okay, wait. Come on, you were almost out. He's like flipped in the car. I, I remember when I first was playing this, that would happen, right? When I first started playing Spider-Man, that happened. They would get stuck in the buildings, right? And I remember just like shooting all my gadgets and just like punching at the wall.
Thanks. No
And I
one's
finally figured out if you just ground pound,
the locals appreciate it.
eventually they will, faint from the shock, the tremor of like your ground pound. So just the tip there, if you ever find yourself where an enemy has clipped through an object and you can't physically get to them.
Okay. I like this.
Wait, right here. Yeah, I actually nailed the dude down. Look at that. Woo! Knocked out. KO. All right.
So like, I feel like
Wait. Where's the other guy? Oh, there.
Always wanted.
I feel like wow.
Let me show you what I got.
Ooh, got him. That's it. All right, are we still stealth? No, we're not stealth no more. Whatever. We did good in the beginning for stealth, guys. We can't be stealth all the time. All right. Good one, right there. Okay, phase 2 of our round. Okay. All right, guys, come on down. I'm over here.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports.
Let's try to get out of the way of all of these fires. See, come here.
Is that way.
We got him. Right. Whoa. Oh, don't trip that. Whoa. Okay, wait. I'm trying to use the Whoa. Dang. Okay, wait. Someone's got to fall into this gadget shop. Come here. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, man. All right. I'm not toying with them. I'm never gonna underestimate them. We can't underestimate our enemies, guys, ever. All right. So we're just gonna be super serious. All right. We treat him like it only takes 2 hits, and I can literally get down. All right. So. God. Yeah, we finished. We got him. That's it. That's it. See? All a good flow there. All a very good flow.
Thanks. No way we could have taken them without collateral damage. I hope the locals appreciate you.
This is amazing. This is effing awesome. Alright, alright. Okay. Alright, alright. Let's see. You. Whoop. Whoop. I know, guys. This is really fun. This is really fun. Ready? 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 Watch it. Oh! It's fun, right? It's just very precise. I do agree. It's a very precise thing. But like I said, guys, this took hundreds of hours of just feeling comfortable. And I mean, still, it's just learning all the, physics involved in a game like this takes a lot of time. So don't get discouraged, guys. If you're only a few hours in, if you're only a few hundred hours in, don't get discouraged, okay? Because it will click, but you have to remember it's a game and you're here to have fun. You're here to, learn and be a Spider-Man. You're trying to do your best to help out and do what you can. And so don't ever lose sight of that, guys. Just because you think you're not playing a certain way and you need to play a certain way, don't get discouraged, okay? That's why there's a multiverse, We're all our own best Spider-Man. we're all our own people. And so comparing yourself to anyone else is the last thing you want to do, because comparisons don't take into account every single criteria. It doesn't take into account the future. It doesn't take into account every factor, because all you're doing is going back to that grass is greener fallacy. You're like, okay, so this person has all this stuff. My life is yada yada yada. And so you're putting yourself down, and in terms of like my faith, through reading my inspirations, I've learned that Jesus doesn't want us to pity. Jesus doesn't want us to pity others, and Jesus doesn't want us to pity ourselves. Because pity, self-pity, makes us forgetful of God, and it makes us forgetful of the good things we have going for us in our lives. So, by all means, guys, don't compare yourself to anyone, and especially not to gameplay. I mean, I told you, I kind of just, go to other streamers who are streaming Spider-Man, and I just check out what they do, and, as a learning tool, right? Just to see like, oh, wow, that's a cool strategy, And so, it's okay to like, use the good examples of other Spider-Man to improve your own game, so you can be that much better of a Spider-Man, because you're trying to, kind of expand your own repertoire of moves and concepts, and ultimately you're doing it because you want to help others. You want to help others. Alright, guys, my battery's low. Give me one sec. I gotta do something with my microphone. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. I know you can still hear me, but I'm gonna this mic's gonna cut off for a second. So you might not hear me. But one second. One second. Oh, and remember, guys, don't forget to sanitize your electronic devices too. That's important. Okay. Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hey, okay. Okay, I think we are. I can hear, or not hear, I can't hear myself, but I can see that the mic is coming up. So, I just want to make sure. But yeah, it looks like we're still talking. Everything's good. So that's good. I'm gonna put this back on performance mode. All right, guys. So, where was I at? Where was that? Mm, oh yeah, yeah. We're just gonna keep up from where we're at now. Like I said, comparisons. Don't fall into that trap. Don't compare. Don't compare. Don't do it. All that's gonna do is lead you to feel as if things that you think you don't have exactly a certain way is what's causing you to not feel happy. And I'm telling you, the trick is not to compare and think like, oh, I'd be happier if I had, you know, like this or that. It's not that, guys. That's not it at all. What you're doing is setting yourself up, and you're losing the point of what it means to be happy. Because being happy means understanding and appreciation for things that aren't necessarily something everyone has, but something unique to your life circumstance. You know, like I said, I didn't grow up with knowing my grandparents. You know, none of my grandparents. You know, technically you get four, right? But no, I mean, I didn't grow up with them. My real grandfather and my grandmother on my mom's side divorced, I guess, or they didn't divorce, but I guess they split. I don't know. It was like old time stuff, so I don't know what kind of relationship they had, but basically they were not together. Like my mom's dad and my mom's mom were not together. So, I didn't really know my grandparents all that well. And then from my father's side, same deal. I just didn't know them all that well. And so, if you have family like that, you have your grandparents. And I mean, plenty of movies, show that. Plenty of movies show like good grandparents in people's lives. And I never have that. And you know, I can never have that. That's totally lost in my life. I'll never be able to have that relationship. In fact, one day I had a dream, about my grandmother, and so funny. I had a dream that my grandmother was driving a motorcycle. She was driving a motorcycle in the city, and I was just like, my grandmother, trust me, my grandmother, she could not drive a motorcycle. She didn't even drive. She couldn't even drive.
That way.
She was just, like one of those grandmothers that had like one of those rocking chairs. That's all I remember. She had a rocking chair. But other than that, I don't know her. I don't know how she was, what she was like. And I'll never have that experience. And so, is that gonna make me compare myself and be bummed out when someone brags about their grandparents being in their lives? It's like, oh yeah, my grandma, she's so smart, so wise. She's giving me a lot of advice. I love my grandparents. My grandfather, he's the smartest. He knows how to do this. He knows how to live. Smart and survive. Blah blah blah. Will I ever have that experience? No. And then, am I gonna get bummed that someone else is bragging about having really good, loving relationships with their grandparents in their life? No, no. In fact, I'm super happy for them. I would
No one
be
could do it
incredibly
without
happy for them. I'm
collateral
like,
damage.
yo,
I hope the locals appreciate
that's
you.
the secret of how to stay happy. Is to say like, you know what? Yeah, I do have good people in my life. And you know what? I've been so ungrateful. If I just stopped trying to, you know, pursue this invisible thing of happiness, and I just say stop and just understand how lucky and fortunate you are at that point. And from that point forward, you have that mentality, and from that point forward, the world will reflect that back at you. And then you will just have a more amplified perception of the positives in your life, in your world. And guess what? From there, everything else will fall into place. You know? And that right there, at least personally for me, when I think about it and how I think about Jesus Christ and how that that idea of like the love that I have for my family is just a preview of the love that God has for me. That honestly gives me a level of comfort that nothing, no mind altering substances and no flashy things could ever truly provide. You know, uh, it's just it's just a question, guys, of whether you're willing to commit to pushing yourself and changing yourself for the better. Because like I said, sometimes the easiest thing for people is just to self-pity, to wallow, and to think that, they just don't have it good. But all the things that I truly wish I had learned earlier in life lesson wise, it was to find out that I had everything I needed in my life to be happy all along, you know? And for me, that took the form of, having a good home life, having parents who loved me, and having opportunities, having access to good teachers in school, having access to, extended family that, are there and, make me feel like I have, like larger networks if I ever needed to. Even though I don't really reach out all that much to my family, to my extended family, I still know them, and I still have them there. And you know, uh and so, it's just one of those things where I I just learned too late how good I truly had it, Like I grew up with good family, I grew up with good opportunity and good teachers. I mean, I grew up having a mind to do good in my life, you know? Like I mean, literally, I graduated top of my class in high school. I was a very good student. Uh, I have very good, experiences working as a cashier. So much so that I'm still willing to be a cashier. If it worked out where I'm just a cashier, I'm good with that. You know what I mean? And I really tried to get to get a cashiering position again. I really tried. I totally tried. It wasn't for lack of trying, guys. I really thought, okay, I can just do the cashiering thing again.
Thanks.
No
No
worries.
way we could
I
have done
got
this without
this.
collateral damage.
And it just didn't work out. It didn't work out the way I thought. And so was I bummed out? I'm like, okay, well, if I can't be a cashier, I don't know what else I can do. I don't know what else I can do? So, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what else I can do. But what else? Um, so yeah, guys, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that comparisons are just not where you want to take yourself. It's not a road that you want to go down. You just don't want to go down that road. You just don't. You just don't want to go down that road. You know? So, you know, and all this comes back to the point of, you know, like when you play Spider-Man, you know? And when you're playing and you're having fun, don't think about anything but enjoying your time with Spider-Man and playing the game how you want to play the game, you know? I know for a fact, you know, not everyone plays the same. I watch plenty of videos on Nexus Mods, and I watch plenty of videos on Twitch of people playing the game. And for sure, okay, without a doubt, everyone has their own strengths and advantages. You know, some people play Spider-Man more stealthy. Some people play it, you know, play the story and nothing else, you know? And so, you know, in my experience, I just play how I want to play, you know? I don't compare myself to anybody. I don't put myself in any sort of comparison trap, you know? And I pray every day that I can just do the right thing and that I'm grateful and that I continue to keep a mind on my gratitude. You know, because it's true. I mean, we only get so much opportunity in our life. And you know, it's just better to say, hey, look, you know, fundamentally in my heart, you know, you don't, like for me, it's like I only get to have one set of parents. I only get to have like, you know, one good chance at, you know, at like living a good life. So so don't get discouraged, guys. If you're playing and you know you're not exactly like you're you know like I was looking at the achievement set, the achievements on Steam, right? And it said like at the point that I watched only like or that I saw only like 1 to 2%, maybe 3% of people who bought the game actually completed the game on you know, new game plus and then completed it on ultimate difficulty, right? And so I did mention that yes, I am playing on ultimate difficulty, and yes, I did achieve that. I did earn that achievement, and this was done prior to me modding the game, so I did achieve it. And only, you know, 3 to 5% of people will probably get to do that. But the thing is not to compare yourself. Okay? It's not to compare yourself with anyone. If you're still struggling to get to pass to be ultimate, okay? Don't don't lose faith, bro. Don't lose hope, okay? Believe in yourself, man. Believe in yourself, okay? And I'm telling you, take your time. Take your time. Don't feel overwhelmed by the pressure, okay? Just take your time. There when there's a will, there's a way, brother. When there's a will, there's a way.
Can you guys hear the fan?
Okay, so
My luck.
just remember that, guys. When there's a will, there's a way, and you will find your way when the time is right. You know, when the time is right, you'll find your way. You know, but stressing out over stuff like that is how you end up not ever finding, you know, any real joy in playing the game. And the idea with Spider-Man is not that you beat Spider-Man. It's not that you do that. It's that you have fun and that you actually feel like you can help Spider-Man and, you know, pursue the virtue of what it means to be a self-sacrificing hero. Honestly, you know, that's the point. You know, it's not about how many people you beat up, because I really don't care. It's about how you're doing it. What is your motivation? You know, And so when you find the right motivation and you find the right ideas and you find the right center in your life, you're gonna get there. You're gonna get there, you know? So whether you're hunting for achievements, it's okay, you know, just take your time. You'll learn, you know? And I mean personally, I'll let you in on a personal thing. The last time I attempted doing the story, the last time I attempted beating the entire story mode, I streamed it, right? And so it took like 11 hours or so. And then I got to the final part, the Dr. Octavius fight, okay? And in the Dr. Octavius fight, you fight on the roof, okay? And that part, that was actually fun. I like that part. And I finally got to the part where now you're fighting Dr. Octavius on the side of the building, okay? You're fighting him on the side of the building, okay? And so you basically have to do it's like, you know, you're on the side of the building. So he's like waving his like, you know, like metal cyborg appendages at you. And well, he's you know, fighting you, you have to avoid it and then you have to punch him, right? It's you don't really get to like walk around or move. It's just you're kind of just like in a more of a scripted sequence. And I got to that part and I played that part and I spent 45 minutes on the very literal last part of the game, of the story. Literal. Like, I know for a fact that when you beat that second phase of Dr. Octavius, when you're kind of on the side of the building, that you've beaten the game. Then the last cutscene will come up, and Dr. Octavius, basically Peter will say, hey, like, you're gonna. Dr. Octavius says, don't leave him there, and then Peter's like, like the police will deal with him, like you betrayed me, Dr. Octavius, and that's the one thing you can't do to me, bro. If you betray me, I can't. Like there's really no room after that because what else is there? I mean, you know, it's hard to develop trust for people, and Dr. Octavius was the closest thing to Peter's male role model, his father figure, and Dr. Octavius betrayed Peter, and Dr. Octavius released Devil's Breath, which eventually killed Peter's aunt, which was the closest thing to his mom. So Dr. Octavius really screwed up Peter's life. So I was at that last part. I spent 45 minutes on it, and guess what, guys? I couldn't complete the game because technically I had modded the game bosses, the enemies, so that the Dr. Octavius fight, basically I couldn't get hit twice, and he had more health. And so I spent 45 minutes on the second phase, and I couldn't do it because I think the mod had made it nigh impossible. Maybe, I don't know. I never actually tested the mod. I know sometimes there's a weird thing where if you do a certain parameter on a boss, it makes them almost impossible to beat. Anyways, I spent 45 minutes doing that, and guess what? I never beat the game. And I have that clip somewhere up on there, right? I never beat Dr. Octavius. I couldn't beat him. I spent 45 minutes doing the same action over and over again. Like, I couldn't remember. It was like basically scripted. He basically like moves his appendage, and you have to dodge and all this stuff. And honestly, I just couldn't. I couldn't beat it. Every time I would die, and I couldn't, right? And did I get discouraged? No. I ended up, throwing in the towel because at that point I had put in like 12 hours for the whole game. The whole game. I beat the whole game, right? Except for the last part. And the last part, literally, the second phase of Dr. Octavius, I spent almost an hour. And for the entire story, I literally had spent 12 hours. So I basically almost spent like 10%
Try to keep it that way.
trying to beat one boss. 10% of my time trying to beat one point of in the game. So all I can say is, did I get discouraged? No. You know? And so I just couldn't, I didn't beat him, and I ended up not beating him there. And I haven't attempted to beat the game again since then, right? And at some point I will go ahead and play the story again. But am I absolutely expecting to beat Dr. Octavius the next time I beat the story? I don't know. Nothing's really truly guaranteed, you know? And so I have to be happy that I can beat 95% of the game, 98%, and you know, maybe I just, you know, maybe I just won't be able to be Dr. Octavius, you know, ever. Maybe. Okay? Maybe I won't be able to. But am I going to be discouraged? No. Because I can still do so much.
No way we could have
Like I said, I can beat 99% of the game. The only thing I didn't beat was the very final phase of the last boss. That literally was the only part left in order for me to see the end credits, the end scene credits, and literally just have the whole game register as completed. Okay? So, but am I gonna be like, oh man, I'll never do it again? It's like, no. I will, at some point, I will go back, do the story again, all over. Okay? And I just have to have faith that if I'm meant to be Dr. Octavius, I will. And if I can't, then I'm just gonna do my best effort. I'll spend another hour if I have to, trying to beat one, you know, that one guy. And if I can't, then, you know, I'm not gonna get frustrated, you know? Because remember, like, we can't have it all, guys. I don't know about you guys, but what I'm trying to say is that the example of me not being able to be Dr. Octavius is a straight up example of me, I can't get everything, you know? And it would be so prideful, and it would really make me lose sight of my humility if I felt a sense of pride that I could get the whole game beaten whenever I wanted on Ultimate, all the time. And with the modded difficulty modifiers. So it's not just Ultimate, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's a level past Ultimate, you know? It's like, I guess, Unlimited or something, because it's been modified to be even harder than base Ultimate. Like, there, you know, more life, more health points were added to every boss, and more damage output was added, so you can't really mess up on those, you know, sequences. So, but the idea is that, look, all I can do is my best. All I can do is my best. If I can't beat Dr. Octavius, am I gonna be frustrated and stop playing Spider-Man? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm definitely not gonna do that. I have no intention.
that way.
Just because I can't beat Dr. Octavius on the final phase doesn't mean I'm gonna put in the towel and I'm gonna stop helping people. I know that I can still help people, you know? It's like, and remember, it's like comparison, exactly. It's like me comparing myself to, like, Thor, or the Hulk, or Captain America. You know, like the guys who are like the serious part of the Avengers. Like, imagine I said, you know what, me as Spider-Man, I'm just gonna throw in the towel because I'm not as powerful as Thor. You know how self-defeating that is? You know how terribly negative that kind of mentality is? And it's not gonna help anybody. Because Spider-Man still has a lot to offer in terms of assistance, you know? So, would I give up just because I know Thor could beat Dr. Octavius no problem? No, obviously not, dude. You know, like Thor could probably beat Dr. Octavius no sweat, right? Thor is an immortal he's an immortal thunder god. Obviously, he could just electrocute Dr. Octavius no problem. But me playing as Spider-Man and in my
No
Spider-Man
way we could have taken this without
universe
collateral
of how
damage.
I stream,
I hope the locals appreciate you.
am I gonna just put in the towel and say, you know what, Thor, I'll just let Thor handle everything? No, man. No, I don't think that mentality is going to help anybody, and especially is not going to help people. You know, because at the end of the day, Spider-Man doesn't do this for the validation. He doesn't do it for the accolades. He doesn't do it for that. He does it because it's the right thing to do. And whether or not I can have it all is not important, you know? So all I can say is that, guys, if you're playing the game and you're struggling, don't stop. Don't get discouraged. Okay? Don't. Stay calm, do your best, and if you truly aren't able to beat that part at that time, don't get frustrated and don't give up, because the main point of playing Spider-Man is not that you are the most powerful or you do this or that. It's that you're helping people, that you're doing your best, and that you're having fun. So regardless of my 12-hour, story playthrough on Ultimate Plus, where I didn't beat the whole game. I only beat like 99% of it, and I never got to beat Dr. Octavius. It's not like I'm permanently gonna be like, oh man, I should never do that again. It's like, no. The game is still good, and I know, in a way, it's an acknowledgement of the greater thing of life, in that I can't expect to have everything. You know what I mean? I can't expect to have it all.
Spider-Man,
In fact, I consider myself incredibly lucky to have what I have. So I just want you guys to stay calm, okay? And I'm sharing my story with you. That at the time of me talking right now, Dr. Octavius is not someone I can easily defeat on the second phase. The first phase, that's a piece of cake. First phase, when we're fighting on the roof, and he's like trying to like throw his tentacles, and I can like jump around and fight him the way I need to fight him. I got him easy. But on the second part, where I basically just have to walk in a straight line, and I have to like figure out how to dodge him and stuff, I can't do that very easily, because honestly, I just don't know I don't know how they want me to do it. Like, I don't know, like, because they don't really tell you to dodge left or right, and I don't really know how to do that yet. But am I like super down, and am I gonna tell you, oh, I'll never be Dr. Octavius ever? It's like, no, man, I'm not gonna do that. I have so much going for me, and honestly, I can always just maybe look into, how someone else beat Dr. Octavius in Ultimate, and just learn how to do it. Because technically, that last phase of Dr. Octavius, basically every Spider-Man has to do it the same way. Everyone just walks forward, and then you have to dodge the same way. It's basically, you can't jump, okay? You can't jump, you can't really like side jump, you can't use your gadgets. Your spider sense doesn't really help you there. Um, I don't get to do combos. There's really no way of doing like combos on that last phase. It's basically just you punch. Every Spider-Man punches the same way. You know what I mean? So I mean, I can definitely see myself beating Dr. Octavius at some point. you know, and I have hope that I can, you know, I can truly have it all completed, you know. So that's all I can say about comparisons, guys, you know. Don't fall into that trap. You will find out, like, like, through your own experience, you'll find out what, you need to have happen to get you feeling good in your life. And why even like stress out over stuff that you can't even help, you know? You know? You know? Like you'll find out. You'll find out. It just takes time, and it takes gratitude, and it takes, at least for me, it takes prayer. It takes prayer. At least for me, it takes prayer. Like I couldn't do this without like the comfort of Jesus in my life. You know, and am I perfect? Am I perfect, man? No. Am I a role model? I definitely don't feel like I should be a role model. But all I can say is that with faith, for me, I have reached a sense of comfort, and I can move forward. I can move forward in my life and feel comfortable.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports of shots fired.
All right, all right, all right.
Try to keep it that way.
Oh, God, I got the missile. I caught that missile. Okay. Okay.
And you just carry on. So you I never think ahead of like how it's going. There's an aspect of like ADHD.
Wow, I caught it. I caught that. I caught that, guys.
Like like some people have an inner one.
Yeah. Oh man, it feels good when I can catch those missiles in the air, though. That's a really neat mechanic. I gotta say, like, man, what kind of mechanics could I imagine in Spider-Man 2? Okay, well, don't laugh at me, okay? But I was thinking, okay, in terms of like enemies, right? Maybe they'll start like with symbiotes and stuff. Maybe they'll like incorporate like non-humanoid enemies, right? Like maybe like I know in Spider-Man 2, the original Spider-Man 2 game, they had lizard people, right? And so I had a thought. I had a thought. What if maybe it was a dream? Maybe it was a dream that was a thought, or based on a thought. But look, check it out. What if like you start fighting
No way we could have
lizard-like
collateral
people,
damage.
and what ends up happening is like the lizard people have these claws, right? And then you have to like, instead of just dodging once, you have to like dodge like in two different phases, and the lizard people are gonna be more agile, right? So then you have to like be very aware of spacing, because they might be able to like charge you, right? And then the lizard people will like claw at you, and then they might be able to like grab onto you and stuff and like toss you, right? And so like it would be like a more challenging way of like fighting enemies. But I mean, like, who knows? I don't know if they're gonna keep it with like just humanoids, or if there will be like, because I mean, look, in the first game, they have like 6 or 7 bosses. In this game, there's like 6 or 7 bosses, bro. There's you fight Vulture, you fight Shocker, you fight Electro, you fight Rhino, you fight Scorpion, you fight Mr. Negative, you fight Dr. Octavius, you fight Tombstone, and you fight Taskmaster, and you fight Hammerhead, and you fight Silver Sable, and all of those boss types, like are just like very diverse. And so imagine like that in a way where like you fight them more regularly. That would be something, like and it's been one of those things where a lot of like some mod authors have been slowly working on something like that, where I mean, even like like when I use the gadgets and stuff, and then I'm just like I'm bringing out like the Hulk or Anti-Venom. Like that's as close to being able to bring out a boss into the overworld that I've been able to do. But like in Spider-Man 2, what if they bridge the gap between inaccessible boss fights and like regular enemy types, and they just kind of like bridge them by bringing in more challenge. So I don't know, guys. It's just it's just like just ideas. But really, if the game was basically the same, same as it is now, I don't even know what what needs to be improved. To be honest, I don't even know what could be improved. Like everything right now is just so good. So, I'm just kind of like talking about nothingness, guys, to be honest.
Thanks. No way we could have taken them without collateral damage. I hope the locals appreciate you.
I think that would be the first question. You know what to reference? If they say no, great. So moving on. Not from off, but you got cats. Why?
So like I said, guys, mechanically, it's a good game. Takes a bit of time to figure out. I can't really think of any other game that has something similar, besides older Spider-Man games. But even those games aren't really able to sell the same kind of package, It's just this is just very 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 unique thing. It's a very unique thing. you know but anyone on the fence about getting this game, I say don't hesitate. If you can get it, you should try it. It's good. It's such a good game.
Oh no, thank you.
Like it's worth giving a shot.
Well, the one's worth it. I'm pretty sure the ones.
Spider-Man, I'm getting reports of shots fired. Try to keep it that way.
I think 21 is.
Huh. Oh, missile guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Just chill. Just chill. Uh-huh.
Down here! I don't care!
365. That's right. How many days in a year, guys? How do you measure a
No way we
year?
could have taken them without collateral damage.
You measure in how much love you have, guys. That's how you measure a year. You don't measure it in 365 days. Do you measure it in how many cups of coffee you drink? How many sunsets you watch? No, guys. You measure it in how much love you've been able to offer and receive. So, alright. Alright. Huh. Alright, after this round, guys, we'll go to the next spot.
Years. What was Spider-Man? Lost it! Teach you to help with me! Don't let him psych you out! Grenade!
Whoa. We were going right between the levels right there. What? Oh. I was just launching things at me. I wish I could launch and then, like, if I let it go, I could still grab it again. That'd be nice.
Spider-Man got him! Focus! Mistake!
Right here. Oh, wait. Oh, man. Oh. You know what I'd like to do? I think after stream, I think I'm gonna watch some Hideo Miyazaki movies. Now, in my experience, okay, Spirited Away was the first movie, and I remember watching that in 2002 on Cartoon Network, right? And but to be honest, technically before Spirited Away, the first Hideo Miyazaki movie I ever saw was the Princess Mononoke, which is like the most adult themed of all of them, because it actually features like a wolf beast, and it actually features like mortal wounds on the characters, and it's more and it features a lot more like gruesomeness, like mortal wounds and blood and stuff. And I remember one night I was in New York or whatever. I was with my parents. I was a kid, and then it's kind of late, but it wasn't like late enough to go to bed for school the next day yet. So my parents, we were all in the living room watching TV together, and what ended up happening was my dad was flipping through the channels, and then this cartoon came up, right? And I remember the scene I saw was when the the warthog thing, the warthog was infected by that darkness or whatever, that dark energy,
No way we
and
could
then
have taken them without collateral damage.
the warrior, the hero,
You.
the prince, I guess, he was slinging arrows at the warthog, right? And so I remember this warthog, like, and the way, like, it would, like, disintegrate. And so I remember that scene. And I remember trying to look up that movie again based on that description of, like, the warthog running, and then the hero was on horseback and he was, like, shooting arrows and everything, and then the warthog was, like, turned into this worm soup. And I couldn't find it. And then one day I was watching these movies, and I was, watching them all, and I watched the Princess Mononoke movie, and bro, I was like, wow, that was the first Hideo Miyazaki experience, a movie I've ever had. And so I think today I might do that, after stream. I think I'm just gonna watch some movies, honestly. Like I really like those movies. They're very positive, wholesome, but they're so fantastic too. Like it's like G-rated movies, right?
Someone get him down here!
But the stuff that is featured in these movies are so amazing that you don't even see those in adult themed movies, honestly. Like, honestly, like when you see those large moving castles, and when you see those, like the spirits, like a spirit bathhouse, and when you see, like, in Ponyo, you see, like, an underwater world, and you see, like, things changing from fish to human, and, like, all of these really cool, mystical, magical situations. It's so fun to witness all that. It's really super fun. So I think after this I'm gonna do that and just chill.
Try to keep it that way.
Not Jason! Never going back alone!
So many missile launches right here. You see, like, when you use spider sense right here, you see how you can, like, really notice who's got missile launchers and who doesn't? See that? See, it makes going after the missile launcher guys way better because you just go right in for him.
Thanks. No way we could have taken them without collateral damage. I hope the locals appreciate you.
All right, guys, that was the round.
Oh my god, is that seat in here? I know. This is no. I'm not gonna know. I need to put the weight to it soon. I'm just gonna fight my ass. So
So anyways, we're gonna go to that one spot, guys. We're gonna exercise some demons, I guess. As as a Spider-Man assistant here. I guess we're good now. Okay, ready? Oh, hey, sorry guys. Ooh, okay, ready? Crime, right here. Let's get it. My spider senses, guys. That's how I knew. All right.
We need backup. Don't let him get any more of us.
And yeah, look, we got him. We took care of it. So, all right, guys. Hopefully everyone's okay. I don't see anyone under the cars. So, all right, let's go. All right, let's get it. And boom. And haha. Sorry, brother. Gonna have to try again, but not today. Not this round. Maybe next round. Wow, we were both falling, and then I just went ahead and just did like, okay, let's. Look at that, he splattered on the wall. All right, well, he didn't splatter, but you know what I mean. He's sticky there now. He's done. He's glued. He's gonna stick around for a while. All right. Okay, okay, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay. All right, we got a little distance. We were about to get literally steamrolled by like 5 of them all at once. Come on, man. I've been doing this for quite a while now. You can't just sneak up behind Spider-Man. Okay, someone's got a missile launcher. Wait. And there we go.
The hipster
Whoa.
assassins were gonna be so disappointed.
And got that. Nice. Hey, I want to rock right now. Wait. Okay, you see how there's a missile launcher guy right back here? Hello? Hello, wake up, brother. Hey! You awake? Oh no, the AI. It took what, 6.5 hours, guys, but the AI they finally put in the towel. They finally put in the towel here. So we're gonna finish this round and then we'll restart the game because the AI, that's it. Once they give up, the only thing you can do is restart. So it looks like I beat the round. Okay. So check it out. Easy, very easy, guys. It's just a simple.
We can get guns.
You exit out of the game, and then you scroll over to the game window. I'm using Windows. You get that, and then you gotta open the Vortex, and then I launch Spider-Man through Vortex. That's how I do it. And then I gotta just make sure my stream's still good, that I'm still visible. Game and yep, there we go. And then okay, got that. Good, good, good. So the AI, you just gotta You saw that though, right, guys? You saw 6.5 hours, and then we go to the new spot, and then they're just kind of standing around. So I hope the future is not gonna have problems where AI just refuse to work. That would be scary, huh, guys? Everyone talks about like automating cashiers and stuff, but imagine an AI that just says, you know what, I don't really want to take any orders today. and they just and they're just like, nope, the only way you're gonna make me work is if you power down the entire store and then boot it up again. So yeah, we're gonna work out the kinks now. Okay. All right. Cool.
Nice job.
All right.
Anytime we can
So
get guns off the street, it's a win.
yeah, let's retry and let's do it. All right. Legit. Let's just get it. Ready? All right. So stealth always. Okay. I can do stealth. Okay. I can make those considerations. I don't have to just press buttons. I can think. I can think, guys. I can do stealth. I can do stealth. See, I can do. Let's see if I. Oh, oops. Okay. Okay. Wait. Now this still counts as stealth. I know you're thinking no, it doesn't. But I'm like, if I take him out before they can call, it's stealth. Look, watch. Stealth. You see, look. Look at that. You see, that's stealth. That's how I know I'm doing stealth. All right. That's how I that's how I call stealth. All right. See, look. That. Oh man, that wasn't stealth. All right, fine. Fine, that wasn't stealth. But the other one, that was stealth with the suspension matrix. You best believe I count that as a stealth move. All right. It speaks for itself. Here we go. Oh. And voila.
That place is supposed to be a bespoke furniture
Come
manufacturer.
here.
The hipster assassins are gonna be so disappointed.
Woo! Well, we got the AI working. So I can definitely tell they are out and about. That's good. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Okay. Nice.
Nice job. Anytime we can get guns off the street, it's a win.
我担心老大压力太大，但是还是让他去为好勇儿。
Stealth again. Let's do stealth again, guys. Stealth.
他的能力还有限制，如不是他的力量更大。
Alright, so see if I can make some noise happen. Yep, okay. See that? That's the double stealth right there. That's how you do a stealth. And you just walk to the side a little bit. And then... Okay, well, we gotta take that angle here instead. He was out of range. Come here, come here, come here.
Peter, that place is supposed to be a bespoke furniture manufacturer.
Oh man, it's so delightful. Look at that. Oh,
Your assassins are
just zipping around, guys. Oh man, this is awesome right here. If anyone's wondering what kind of mods I'm using for combat, because you're noticing that I'm doing things that vanilla doesn't really let you do, well, it's a combination of two mods. It's called Moveset Expansion by Omarok and Tenacious Combat. And I think that's by Dave? Is it Dave? I think it's like Dave. Dave the Platypus? I don't know. I'd have to look at it again, but it's a combination, guys. So, Moveset Expansion gives you about 8 new moves that aren't actually available in base vanilla. You got a knockdown, you got a knock up, you got a venom dash, you got a an extra ground pound, you got like an aerial hit, like an aerial dive hit. So it's like 8 moves, right? And so that plus Tenacious Combat, and I use I use a couple of modules from Tenacious Combat, including the dodge, the ground dodge. Like these animations right here are from the Tenacious Combat mod, and I really like them a lot. So yeah. So I definitely recommend using those two if you're interested in playing like a non-vanilla based combat. But to be honest, vanilla combat is still good. So and the reason I use Moveset Expansion is because it's a vanilla based mod. So it doesn't change or remove any of the mechanics of the game. It doesn't do that. So it actually just adds on. So basically it's vanilla. It's like vanilla with like whatever toppings you want. And to be honest, you know, as a kid, my favorite flavor of ice cream is vanilla. It still is. Like, if I could only choose like a basic flavor, I like vanilla, honestly. Vanilla is really good. So, I've tried, chocolate ice cream. Chocolate ice cream is just, it's just not for me.
Bespoke furniture
I just feel
manufacturer.
like it's just not. Strawberry second, but vanilla, I prefer vanilla. Vanilla's good.
The hipster
Because
aside
vanilla
is
you
getting
can
to be
eat
so
and you don't
fancy.
feel like it's like like I don't know, like with strawberry, you eat a lot of strawberry and you just kind of lose the flavor. But with vanilla, it's good. It doesn't make you like feel like it's too sweet. Oh, okay. And that's for you, and I'm gonna take this guy out first and then this guy. All right, that's it. We got him.
Most of my favorite.
Nice job. Anytime we can get guns off the street, it's a win.
Okay, so
我担心老大压力太大，但是还是照常执行。
let's look for another suit, guys. Um,
在他给我们力量时，我们也给他力量。
yeah, I'm invisible, just like Miles Morales.
都不是，
See that?
他的力量更大。
That's, I mean, if I end up finding a way of being able to go invisible in this game as well as Miles Morales, because that's one of the extra features of Miles Morales Spider-Man, is that he can go invisible and he can conjure up electricity. But I mean, if we've all like modders have already figured out how to add Miles animations into this game, so the next idea would simply be just adding in invisibility and some of the Venom moves into this game. That would basically be the ultimate fusion. Now both games have good advantages and disadvantages, okay? The reason I play Spider-Man Remastered is because of all of the arena diversity. The reason I play Miles Morales is because you can actually
Peter, that
use
place seems to be bespoke
more
furniture
mechanics when you like fight people. So you can go invisible and just kind of do like funny stuff
The hipster assassins are gonna be
when
a
you go
sight to
invisible.
see.
But I don't know. I prefer the arenas here because in Miles Morales there's just two spots. There's the Roxxon Labs and you got the Fisk sites. But and all in all, there's only like 7 arenas. But in this game, you got like 5 different types, and there's 5 of those. There's 5 variations of that. So you have like 25 different arenas, bro. You know what I mean? So I prefer that. I prefer that more. And that's the round. That's the round. I like the casual. Casual wear, the casual attire. Just wear a sweater.
Nice job. Anytime we can
Just
get
wear a
guns
hoodie,
on the
bro.
street, it's a win.
I'm all about the hoodies. Hoodies are good, man. I enjoy hoodies.
年轻老大的压力太大，但是还是照常指挥。他给我们力量，我们也给他力量。他的能力还有效果，都不是他的力量。
That was stealth. That was stealth. I promise. That was stealth. Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. You got me. You got me. I got you back. I got you back. All right, so we were cornered for a moment, but look, we just went ahead and opened it all up, and now look at that. We just took out a whole bunch of people. They thought they had me in a corner, but no one put Spider-Man in a corner, man. I gotta say, I really enjoy. I just enjoy the traverse. I love it. This is legit the best.
That place is supposed to be bespoke furniture manufacturer. The hipster assassins are gonna be so disappointed.
Woo! Come on, guys. Alright, well. Whoa! So yeah, I'm sorry guys. I'm here. I'm just not sure what to talk about. Just not sure. But at a certain point, once you put in enough hours, you're kind of just like, yeah, you know, you just kind of flow with it. You're not really thinking. You're just kind of like
Anytime we can get guns on the
improvising,
street, it's
but
a
you're
win.
kind of just like very like comfortable. You just get a good process going. You know, I'm just kind of like, eh, I know what's up. I'm just chilling. Whoa, that was nice. I like that, the unexpectedness. Shoot me with the missiles. Alright, so anti-venom, we summon anti-venom. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, oh!
Bespoke furniture
I totally
manufacturer.
get. Oh. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I think I'm. Okay, wait. I think I'm finding
Hipster
something out,
assassins are
guys.
gonna be
Wait.
so disappointed.
No. No, let me see again. Hmm. No. Hmm. I was thinking maybe with that redirect, I could alter the distance by interrupting it with like a grab, like a launch object. But technical stuff, mumbo jumbo. But basically, like, I have a mod that when I web strike and I jump, I can jump far away. But sometimes I don't want to I don't want to leap as far. But the only way I can maybe not jump so far is somehow figuring out how to cancel out. Let me see. No, I can't even like figure out. No, I can't cancel anything. Can't cancel anything. Right. Ooh. Yep. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, guys, just put down the scythe. Just put down the scythe, man. We're not chopping down corn stalks. Okay.
Nice job. Anytime we can get guns off the street, it's a win.
Oh man, the scythes. Put down the scythe, bro. Okay. You got too much to live for. Put it down. It's like, no, this corn.
我担心老
It's gotta go.
但是还是大好智慧。当然，他给我们力量时，我们也给他力量。
Okay. Oh, hey, I was on you, brother. Oh man, want to flip, flip. All right, let me see. Yeah. Yes, that was it. That was it. Where I ground pound, but then I fall down faster than they do, and then as they're falling, I jump up, catch them in the air. And what by ground pounding, I'm pushing everyone below us, so that I don't have to worry about anyone trying to catch me while I'm falling down. Does that make sense? Woo! And down you go. Hey.
It's supposed to be bespoke furniture manufacturer.
Oh. Yeah.
The hipster assassins are gonna be so disappointed.
Okay. Whoa, more. Hey, everyone's invited. Everyone's invited, guys. Everyone, come here. Up. Knock up. Come here. And put down. Bro, that scythe, that won't protect you, man. Put it down. Oh. we go. Uh-huh. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, okay. Whoa! Bro, I knew you were. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were gonna do that. You were gonna try to throw a missile while I wasn't paying attention, and then I just went ahead and just said, "Nah, dude, I am paying attention." Okay, so I think we're gonna do one more round here, guys. It's about to be 7 hours. I'm gonna do one more round to just get it to the nice 7, and then I'm gonna eat something real quick. Maybe I'll watch a movie, but honestly, maybe in a couple hours I'll probably just jump back on. I think I think I'll just jump back on, you know. So I'm just gonna add as much streaming content as possible. Let's just get it. You know what I mean? We gotta get it while it's getting while the good is worth getting. We gotta get it while the getting's good. We gotta get it while the getting's good, guys. You know, and life has really given me a lot to get goodening. So the goodening, I'm just gonna get goodening with it and just get all the goods. Oh, I thought I grabbed that rocket again. Okay, guys, wait. Look. No one needs to throw a missile at anybody, okay? We can discuss this. Let's deliberate. Okay, we'll form a committee. We'll form a committee here, guys. We don't need to use missile launchers anymore. Look, to anyone who has a missile launcher in their hands, I bet you if I just offered hugs, man, I bet you we could just get everyone to drop their missile launchers. Okay, I feel like maybe your need for a missile launcher is because you felt a lack of love growing up. So that's okay, okay? That's alright. We can work with that. We can find out how to get your mindset in such a way that you don't need to hold on to that missile launcher anymore. You can feel loved. You can feel complete, alright? You can feel like you don't need to launch missiles at me. We can figure this out, okay? Come on, just first thing you need to do is just drop it. Just drop the missile launchers. You know, just take off the power armor, okay? Come on. Bring it in, guys. Just everybody come here. Just bring it in. Come on. Just bring it in, guys. Come on. Guys, just bring it in. Dang it. Guys, don't do this. Don't do this. Oh man. Oh, come on. Guys, I'm telling you, look, before I go in and beat everyone up, just drop the missile launchers. You guys don't need it. Stop throwing grenades. Stop throwing missiles. Guys, we can fix this. No one needs to do any more. Ah! Come on, mans. Come on. I know you don't want to hold on to that missile launcher for the rest of your life. What do you want to hold on to a nice puppy instead? Come on, guys. Don't you want to pet a puppy? Come on. I know you prefer doing that. You should have held on tighter. All right. Oh, wait. If I can get okay. So wait. If I could get okay, I'm gonna get. Oh wait. 7, 8, 9, 7. All right, I'm gonna do one more round, guys, because I wasn't satisfied with that. Let's do one more. Let's do what? Let's do a different suit. Let's see. What do we want? What do we want? Ultimate, Threats and Menace. Oh, the assassin suit. Nice. Hey. Oh, this isn't the assassin suit. It's the web wing suit. I love it. I have a preference for web wing suits, guys. I just love it because I have like a web glide, and so it's like a cool thing because it's like I can web, right, but then I can also like glide around, and so the web wing suits are like cooler because I like it. So all right. Huh. All right, Anti-Venom, thanks for the assist here, but oh, you didn't have to push me around, man. Sheesh, the nerve, right? Right, brother? All right, come on.
This place is supposed to be a bespoke furniture manufacturer.
Uh-oh. What? No! Oh, man. All right, all right.
Assassins are gonna be so
Good,
disappointed.
good. Guy, while we're here, I'm just gonna say you can still change. I'm gonna knock you out, but you can still drop the missile launcher. Hey, all right. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, dang it. All right. Whoa. Hey. Hey. All right. Haha. Right on. Right on. Oh. Uh-huh. And boom. Wait. Uh. Okay. So that's it. All right, guys. Wow. So we finished these in about 3 minutes. That's not bad. 3 minutes. That's pretty
Nice
good. It's
job.
pretty good.
Time we can get guns
All
on the
right.
streets.
So like I said, guys, it's been a pleasure. I've been 7 hours in. I definitely feel like I'll probably just do some more streaming later today. Why not? But for sure, I just want to have some dinner. So I appreciate anyone and everyone for dropping by. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Adios.